there. Okay, that should do it. I see one connection. Who's there? Hurry up and get that first chat in. Or someone else gets to claim first. And TK gets the first spot. Hey, Joseph. What was that? Nice. Hey, Stanley, number 3. All right, what's this? Oh, I don't need all this. Don't need all this. Don't need all this. Don't need all this. Or this or this. Hey, Robert. JM Digital and 3D RCNC. Ender's doing great so far. I mean, every time he makes a weird sound, I jump and my heart goes faster because I'm wondering, is this it? Is this when he's gonna die? But no, he seems okay. I got a boatload of wet cat food, so I still have to keep him from being greedy. Apparently, you're only supposed to feed them 1 can a day, and so that's 2 cans, one for each cat. So in the morning, I give them half a can, and then midday, I'll give them a little tiny handful of dry food just to hold them over till dinner. And then dinner time, I give them again 1 can split halfway. And 110 pounds. Oh, money. Okay. Probably about 110 pounds too. House is coming along okay. My brother's actually coming out in a few weeks. Not the one who stole a bunch of stuff from me, the other one, the drug user, but he's been clean for a while. And airfare is super, super cheap. It's like $290 round trip. And so he's going to come out for a week and a half or so and visit. Be nice to see family. He might be able to help me finish the shed too. Maybe. We'll see. Well, I found out one downside to asphalt millings. I went outside last night to I heard some noise. I went outside to investigate, make sure nothing hinky was going on in the backyard. So I walked along my drive in the back and came inside. Yeah, that's still gonna move because the laptop lid moves. So whenever this laptop lid moves, see, not a whole lot I can do about that right now. Once I have the separate table in the back and I'm using a proper computer instead of the laptop, then they'll be physically isolated from the table. So eventually, the that long skinny table you saw me put in Michelle's room in the third room, the church pew tables that I got, well, I'm gonna put one right behind this table here, and that's where the dual screens are gonna go, and it'll clear out this entire table, so I have the whole table to use. And when that happens, the camera will go back there. So I came back inside, and there was a whole bunch of debris on um my shoes. And so I scraped them off, and all that debris was in the carpet. I couldn't even do anything this morning until I vacuumed the carpet, because I do this barefoot. It's more comfortable. And I guess I brought in a whole bunch of debris from the asphalt millings in my shoes. And let me tell you, that shit is sharp. That hurts. Oh man, talk about luck. Jesus. Um, that review thing I'm in had a whole bunch of really nice stuff last night. Oh my god, really nice stuff. The I'm talking, remember all the Pelican cases I had and my brother stole? Yeah. But they were already in packages, so I was just gonna have them mailed out. Oh, it hurt like hell. I had to vacuum. I couldn't take it. Every time I stepped on a piece, it felt like knives going through my feet. So whatever the little rock pebbles and stuff are, it's very, very sharp. And so work through it. But check this out. This I don't want to restart. What do you mean restart to apply changes? There should be no changes being applied to my computer. Because I have Windows Update disabled. Yes. It's still disabled. So what the hell was updating that required a reboot? I don't like it when a window pops up and it says it's doing something and it doesn't tell you what is doing it. You stink, cat. Ugh. One of them just took a dump. I smell it. Damn, cat. I don't like when anything updates without my permission. Like, if I want an update, I'll ask you for one. But check out what I scored. So I scored 20-inch Pelican style case. I also scored this 25-inch case. This 22-inch carry-on size rolling case. I got it in orange. I also got a pure down, 75% down filled blanket. And I got this 14-inch case. And I got that a week ago. Where's the other one? Here it is. And I also got this. 12 amp hour, 12 volt lithium battery. Hell yeah. It doesn't stink that bad. It was just amazing that it came from all the way in there into here. It doesn't last long because once the litter does its thing, you don't smell it. If you still smell it after a minute or two, that means you need to change the litter. I was tempted by this $355 shower head. Oh, wow, but I can't use that kind of shower head here. Doing pretty good. Zekromancer? Is that how you say that? Hey, if somebody sees this, someone bought this on Amazon, but they bought it on Amazon UK. I want one. I don't need the object. I just need a higher resolution picture. Because then I got an 11 by 17 inch printer. I could just print it out. This. I want this so bad. Especially because it's a brown tabby, and I have a brown tabby. I found similar ones. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't change the damn thumbnail. Come on, where's the thumbnail at? Why can't I pick the picture? Why can't I change the picture? Do I have to do it somewhere else? No. Webcam, manage, edit. This should be the place where I do it. I should be able to click on this. Change. Okay. I thought that was a Windows thing. Google Drive. There we go. That ought to propagate. Derp. If you install Windows 10 Pro, if you have Home, you can buy a Pro upgrade key for 15 bucks. Make sure it's a Home to Pro upgrade and not just a Pro key. A Pro key won't upgrade Home. It has to be an upgrade key. Hi, kitty. um, Once you have Windows 10 Pro, you can eviscerate Windows Update. You can turn it all off. You got to do the H keys to update it and turn off the updates, but you can get rid of all the updates. I love my kittens. We got good boys. There he is. Hi. You want to say hi to your victims? Huh? They're your meals when they're bad. Yeah. You can see his tail swishing over there. Hi, baby. How you doing? You king of the world? Huh? Yes, it will. No, it will not give credit for things already in your cart. I don't know if you can click save for later and then move to cart. I don't know if that'll work, but it will not work for things already in your cart. Yes, you have to go to the link and then add it to your cart. Usually the easiest way to do that is to go to your cart and just middle click each of the items so it opens them in a new tab, then delete everything from your cart, and then you can go to the tabs and click add. Kitty Cam. He's a good boy. Yes, he is. He's such a good boy. He's a very good cat. I appreciate that, James Digital. Yeah, you have to go Windows. You have to go Windows 10 Pro. Um, yeah, we have Ender 3 Max and we have Ender 3 Meow. This is the Meow edition right here. Cool. Yeah, the Windows Home, you cannot disable updates. There's just no way to do it. Although I hear you could do it in your router. That there might be a way of blocking it in the router. Mixer beads. Yeah, he's got thick, stinky extrusion multiplications. Paint in the tubes? You buy tubes of paint? Well, I guess it's safe to say that Ender's an imposter because he killed all the crewmates. Man, he just plowed right through them. Did you guys see the video the guy put out showing that the imposters are actually the good guys and the crewmates are the bad guys? Wow. Well, yeah, I guess there's probably a lot of people who use it professionally, so it'll come in very handy for them. Well, you have to understand that Chinese manufacturing is not the same as American manufacturing. American manufacturing, they're going to work on, design, research, upgrade, etc. They're going to go through a whole long process to release one product. So you'll have one product, it'll go from design to release. But Chinese manufacturing has a distinct advantage over American manufacturing. Their labor costs nothing. Their labor is so cheap, it's ridiculous. And their materials costs are also a fraction of what our material costs are. So the American manufacturer might come out with Model 1 and Model 2 and Model 3 and Model 4 and Model 5. And they go, okay, well, let's take the best of this one, the best of this one, and the best of this one, make a Model 6, refine it further, make a Model 7. Okay, and 2 years later, they release Model 7 as their first model. Chinese manufacturing, the labor and manufacturing costs are so low that they can just release all 7. As they come up with them, they just release them all. So the same time span happens, 2 years to get to that final model. But the Chinese manufacturing allows them to just, they can literally throw things at the wall and see what sticks, because they can afford to do that. So when a manufacturer here comes up with a new idea, it might be several years before that idea could be integrated into the product, after all the testing is done, and the research is done, and the marketing is done, because of how much it costs to introduce a new model. The monoscreen resin printer JM Digital is the 002H. You want to make sure you get the H model, not the R model. I should have a profile for the Ender 5 Plus up on my thing. Let me check. It can create production confusion, yes. Okay, Ender 5 Plus, yes, right there. 4944 725.8. We're gonna set this to 333. That looks fine. That looks fine. 60, 220, 210. No, it's not. It's sold out. It's good. You're gonna have to wait for the longboat from China. 0100. That looks good. That looks good. We don't want that turned on. We don't want that turned on. Okay. Let me make sure I export this correctly. Ender 5 Plus. Google Drive. 3D printing. Printer profiles. Ender 5 Plus. Actually, I already have one up there. I do have it up there. So if you go to my Google Drive, there is an Ender 5 profile. Ender 5 Plus profile. The Czech Republic is not China. The Czech Republic is the United States. When I say the Czech Republic is the United States, I mean the Czech Republic has a similar economic structure to the United States. So they have similar labor costs. They have similar material costs. They don't have the Chinese advantage. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Although apparently they sell a lot in China too. But yeah, I wouldn't doubt the U.S. is a huge market. But the Czech Republic is more equal to the United States than it is to China. 75% US, huh? Well, that might be a Kickstarter thing too. So that's why the Ultimakers, and also the Ultimaker's not that good. I'll take an Ender 3 Max over an Ultimaker any day. If it was just about print quality and whatnot. I've never been that impressed with the print quality from the Ultimakers. But I wonder if that is just a matter of the people who are using it just don't care about that last inch of quality. Because the machine has to be capable of printing higher quality. I just can't imagine a $5,000 machine is not capable of printing as equally as this. That wouldn't make sense. Little light switch covers I printed on the Kaiwu to stop me from turning off light switches I shouldn't turn off. It's just every time I see somebody display a print from an Ultimaker, I'm never that impressed with it. It's got getting eaten. From what I understand, Snapmaker, this is from J2 Theod. Why am I yawning so much? The Snapmakers are pretty high quality printers from what I understand, but I have no direct experience. I've never used one, so I don't know. I have no actual data for you. Let's see. I'm willing to bet I probably should just make the Ender 3 Max my CR10 profile. 1.92. Oh, nope. 0.4. 0.4. Save as new. Ender 3 Max. 25 retraction, 8 millimeters, 7. And 3, update. Skirt offset, 2, 60. 25% infill. Grid rectilinear. 60, 220, 210, 0, 100, 300 by 300 by 350. We are going to want to slow it down a little bit because it is a bigger printer. That looks good. And that all looks good. Update profile. Just getting the profile sketched out for the printer. I cannot afford to buy the CR30. That's the belt printer, I think. But I did tell Creality if they don't send me one, I'm going to fly to China, find their company, and eat people. So hopefully they'll send me one. Buying a printer like the CR30 would cost me 10% of my yearly income. I can't do that. I am doing well, Francis. Thank you. Is it not available already? Let me check. I thought you could buy it on their site. You cannot. It's not available yet. Interesting. I don't know. I'll try to find out. I just assumed it was available already. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's sold out. Or maybe that's just, okay, sold out is just how they mark printers not available yet, because the CR6 Core XY is also marked as sold out. So it's on their site, but it's not available for sale yet. But they do have a place marker on the site. So I assume that means it will be available soon. Oh, look at this. They actually have reasonable recommended speeds, 30 to 60 millimeters per second. Excellent. That's actually a reasonable expectation for a printer of this size. Huh, this is a picture. It's not text. Oh, it comes with a silent board, too. Cool. Anybody else have experience with Prusas that could help JC with that question? Because I've never removed a nozzle from a Prusa. I watched the video; it looks pretty straightforward, but his is resisting, and he's afraid of breaking it. I thought it was gonna be $1,000. $600 would be crazy. The cat's in the tree. There we go. They love that tree. Yeah, that's what I thought. I figured it was going to be $1,000. Thank you, Colin. They should all come with silent boards. They should just standardize the board. You know, just have one board and release the same board. I think that's what their objective is. That's why their updated board is capable of handling the color screens and the monochrome screens. Boy, everybody must be busy on another. Um, there must be like a popular stream somewhere pulling people away. Only 25 people in here. Yeah, they love that little tower up there. The little um, tube thing right there. Oh, weird. It's telling me 29. What if I refresh it? Oh, yeah, okay. So my page wasn't updated. It's 60. Wonder why it wasn't updating. That's weird. Like, it was changing, it was fluctuating, but yeah, now it says 60. I refreshed the page. Ah, I got chat twice. When I refresh the page, I got the live chat here, but I still have the pop-out window. That's actually kind of neat. Yeah, I've already got some stuff picked out for tonight when my picks become available again. I want to get this hamper for Michelle so she can have a nice hamper for her room. It's made like of thick, like rope, like fiber. It's really nice. I have a similar one for my room. It's pretty nice. Then these parchment paper inserts for the air fryer. You know, I'm not gonna buy them, but for free I'll take them. And there's a dough hook for my KitchenAid. And I want to get this for Anthony, her boyfriend. He likes fishing, so I figure I'll grab these fishing pliers for him. And then this is another plus size bit of clothing. So I want to grab this for Michelle. Yeah, full zip jacket, perfect. So I'm gonna get them for her. Like I said, I'm gonna spoil her silly. I had to I had to scratch myself behind the ear last Monday when I cycled to work in the dark early morning. What's that mean? Oh, nice. You saw one of the Starlink launches? Cool. I don't know. I'm surprised this is 400. I was expecting it around 300. Maybe it will be cheaper when it gets released. I don't know, but 400 seems a lot. I'm kind of excited about Starlink. I hope they get it going because I would like to be able to dump Comcast. I just need more than 10 megabits up. If I can get more than 10 megabits up, I'm good. But 10 meg up is just not enough for live streaming. The streams just look not quite right. I think they literally released this old design because people like the Ender 3. So they wanted to keep it looking like the Ender 3. There you go, JC. Contact Lightspeed on Twitter. Pretty impressed if you don't know what it could be. Don't know what could be. Well, no, I have gigabit. So I get 400 megabits up. The 40 up instead of the 10 up that you normally get. 40 megabytes. Oh, I know what Starlink is. I want it badly. Nippers are great for getting rid of the little tiny things like that, like little bits of skin there and stuff like that. These things are wonderfully handy. But the only plan Comcast has that has more than 10 up is their gigabit plan. And that's $110 a month. It's a lot of money. Starlink's going to be like 60 or 70. Yeah, he's visually impaired, so he might actually have a tough time with Twitter. So I have gigabit here, but it costs me 110 a month. If I get any other plan they have, no matter what it is, it's 10 up. And I think they do that on purpose to make everybody pay the $110 to get the better upload speed. So I'm hoping Starlink will have a better upload connection. And then I can to Comcast. The latency is supposed to be pretty low. Plus, with something like Starlink, I can take the antenna with me and use it literally anywhere. That's pretty cool. You're traveling to a hotel, stick the antenna out the window. There you go. You know, put it on the roof of your car. Starlink is going to fundamentally change RVing. You know, people who live in their RVs and travel, it's going to change their lives. No more, you know, well, I guess it's about the same price. Because you pay $65 a month for that unlimited AT&T SIM card that you put in the Nighthawk. He's stalking Noel. Look at him stalking him. Hi, Nosy. Yay! I love it when they go running through the house. You just hear this as they run like to the house. I haven't actually spotted them in the sky yet. I should probably keep an eye out for it. Yeah, the CR6SE is pretty nice. Jake from State Farm, are you wearing your khakis today? Pantser for the week. Happy, happy victims. Hungry, happy victims. Hello, kitty. Oh, I never did check. The mic is... This is working. This is the one where... Okay. Show some exciting prints. We have our imposter. When I printed this on the Creality resin printer, and I did my crappy paint job with the acrylic paints. I printed some light switch covers using some Filament 1 orange. I love my bed plan. What does that mean? Well, there's no such thing as unlimited bandwidth. They always retain the right to throttle or limit you based on network usage. So I really don't like the fact that they use the word unlimited. Yeah, internet service here in the U.S. is a joke. It's because it's full of monopolies, or effective monopolies. Even if they're not technically true monopolies, they are ultimately effectively monopolies. That's because India is big. You guys have a similar problem to the U.S. You're huge. So updating the infrastructure is just difficult. I love these little flat pieces, and I always keep them. Well, they have really gotten down to packing good. Don't have any complaints about packing anymore. There it is. Oh, they're using the sidearm like the CR6SE uses. I know some people like that. Oh, it's attached. Come on, let it go. Just let it go. Hi, kitty. Really wish they would let these disconnect. Why won't you focus? There we go. His name is Ender. Oh yeah, you could build this in 20 minutes. If you know what you're doing and you're not making a video and you're not stopping and pausing and digging around, yeah, you can build this in 20 minutes. They are not hard. So, spool holder. He's a good kitty. Yeah, he's 30 seconds. He's already trying to get in the box. He's getting annoyed. He can't get in the box. Hey, let me fix it for you, baby. You want to crawl in the box? There you go. Now you can crawl in the box. He's already in the box. All boxes get thrown on the floor first because the cats have to inspect them first. There are professional box inspectors. Come on, $400 and you include a stupid sample instead of a full roll. Come on, cheapos. $23.35. What the hell is that? Go away. So you are 13 or 11 hours off from us. Empty bag with nothing in it. Oh, that was the cover for the scraper. M425s. Wonder what they're for. And another pair of my favorite nippers. Who doesn't understand that format? I love these nippers. They're my favorites. And I'm glad to see they're including manuals. Invitation to try out their cloud service. Yeah, 11.35 and 23.35 are the same thing. Move this stuff out of the way so we can start building this. Just push the filament through. I downloaded those off Thingiverse. TK, just push filament through. Just feed in new filament and push it. Oh, these are side bolted. Nice, and it's machined. Good. Uh-oh. Something just came off. I saw it and I heard it. Yeah, I made you jump, didn't I? I have no idea what came off. Something came off, though. I like that. You got it, Whale Gamer. You have a great night. Yeah, both cats are over there. Noel's there, chewing on the box, and they're sitting there in a cool spot on the floor. They're painted. The best way to do those is to print the part in the color of the character and then just paint the visor white. That'd be the most efficient way to handle that. Right around 145, 150 printers. But most of them are in pieces in the container in the bus. I do like that they switched to the dual fans on the hot end. It just works better. Well, you talk about the two-part one where you print it as two pieces, then either scaling is off or you're over extruding, and so the part is coming out bigger than it should. Try scaling. Well, try lowering your extrusion multiplier, but also try scaling the part just by a tiny bit. Like make it like 0.5 millimeter smaller. Yeah, Filament One is good stuff. I like their filament. That was from Brandon Capel. They're actually right here in Albuquerque. It would require me to take a. That was from Alec Haney asking if I would. I'm assuming he meant building a hybrid with the parts I have. Um, I don't want to take apart any existing printers to do that, but I would like to eventually build my own printer. I really would like to do that once, just to say I did. But that comes down to cash, money. I don't want to build a printer like this because I could just buy it for less than I can build it for. So if I'm going to build a printer, I want it to be big. There you go. So next week or two, nice. Well, I have parts if I take apart an existing printer. I did. I've already visited Filament One. Let's make sure the rest of these are tight. Yeah, they were a little loose. Always check the rest of your bolts. Make sure they're tight. Try to make sure the frame is square. That will make a difference over time. No, I would probably do a well, if I had the cash, I would do a Ender 5 style. Basically swapping the Z and the Y. But I would use dual lead screws like the Ender 5 Plus because I want a meter cubed printer. I want to be able to print stuff 1,000 millimeters in any direction. That would be my dream printer. Yeah, these always seem to be a little on the loose side. So just go through and tighten all these up. I don't understand that, JC. Oh, somebody to sponsor me. Oh, yeah. If I can get somebody to sponsor me, I would do that. I was thinking just take a Canovo heating pad, 500 millimeter for them. That would give you your size you need. And don't forget these 4 bolts down here. They were loose. Ender 5. Z. I don't know. I don't know if you need to. It's got smooth rods and lead screws, which are plenty enough. So I mean, I guess you could, but I think it'd be overkill. There we go. How are these? Good. Good. A little bit loose, but I think it's okay. Now it's all nice and buttoned up. I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Like, what would be the benefit to him? Where is my screen? Here it is. Ow! Forgot they're not covered. And I believe somebody said it was EXP3 that this gets plugged into. Oh, this will probably tell me. So that's going to be the M425s. Yes. Watch out for that. Yeah, it's sticking out again. You got to watch out for that booger. Those things hurt. They're very useful, but they hurt. Well, the cat's already claimed the box. Sorry. This is a very, very easy build. That's going to be for the screen. That's a spare nozzle. Tools, which I don't need. Bed is tight. Oh, nope, bed is loose. No, it's not. Spring's just loose. There we go. Yeah, bed's nice and tight. That feels a little flexible, but no, that's just the shroud. The base is good and solid. That's good. That's what I like to see. If it falls under gravity on its own, that's good. That means the alignment is very good. And that should be just about it. Yeah, spool holder is going to go on the left, even though they're showing it on the right. No, they're showing it on the left. It's backwards. Oh, it looks like it's supposed to be this one, according to the picture. Oh, you want this to be over here. Otherwise, it might get stuck in the bed. Go. This is going to go here. Stuff all that excess in there. Otherwise, that will get snagged by the bed. And that all looks good. Hey, Larry. Yeah, I've gotten stabbed a few times by those things. They hurt. Definitely will wake you up, that's for sure. Like, woo, yeah, I'm awake. There's the one from the other printer that almost got me. Hey, we got a PayPal. Lawrence, $10. Thank you very much, buddy. I really appreciate that. Without your guys' support, this would not be possible. Oh, is it EXP3? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yep. There's Nosy. See now? He responded when I did it that time. I'm wondering if he has like an ear infection where sometimes he can and can't hear. Because he picks at his ears all the time. I might have to take him to the vet. Well, they hurt when the consumer's using them. Want to do the peel? We got a double peel this time. So I'm going to leave that on for now so I don't get that dirty. You ready? Yeah. Well, no. I mean, there's times where I've made abrupt noises behind him and he did not respond. And any animal would respond if he did that. Also, most of the time when I go up to pet him, if he's, not looking at me, he jumps like he's startled when I touch him, which is an indication that he didn't hear me coming. Yeah, they must have fixed the alignment of these steppers. Because the Z-axis on this feels real smooth. This is bent out of shape, though. That got tweaked in shipment. I did it already. I did that one, and then I'm going to do this one. He was a quick release. He popped like that. He needs some what's that stuff called? There's a spray you can get that slows down your reaction for stuff like that. Everybody goes on the internet for the porn, right? Even if it's printer porn. We're all kinky weirdos. Okay. That takes care of that. Hey, there is... Okay, that's for the runout sensor if you bought that. Okay. So I should be able to tie this up and make this a little more resilient. But they don't give me any zip ties. Huh, they usually give you a couple of zip ties. Those cheap little boogers. I don't think this one will fit. Nope. I need one of the skinny ones. I like to zip tie this up so these cords can't be yanked out so easily. Yeah. All right, you ready for this? Do it slow. Thread that last bit. Oh, Ender's gonna be pissed. You're stealing his bed. All right, can he make the shot? Yes, swish. I want to fix this. Yeah, I've made dildos too. That doesn't fit. There we go. Oh, yeah, yeah. Try to hide it. Yeah, we know you make dildos. You can't fool us. So, bend these tabs a little bit. That didn't work. Those tabs are actually stronger than they look. Go. There we go. Now I'll just screw it back on. Well, we haven't talked price yet, and I've also mentioned the fact that even TPU is going to be pretty rough for a pocket pussy. I mean, usually they're soft for a reason. There we go. TPU might be able to handle the harsher chemicals for properly cleaning something like that, so you might be able to multi-use that. It would still be risky, though. This is an Ender 3, but it's maxed out. It's 300 by 300 by 350. So it's a supersized Ender 3 or an Ender 3 Max. There we go. That is done. They are already clipped, which means I have a spare set of clips, which is nice. Okay. Yeah, you could probably fit an Ender 3 in here. This shroud here was bent. Why are you doing? Why can't you autofocus? There we go. This shroud was bent out a little bit. It's just these two metal tabs, so I just unscrewed it, bent the tabs a little bit, screwed it back in, and now it's nice and straight. Looks like a legit XT60 connector. Actually, I want to put this under. I have no idea. They're probably trying to, the Ender 3 was extremely popular. I'm getting rid of the glass. I'm going to put a Wham Bam on here. I am not a fan of glass. I believe so. Let's find out. That looks about 310. And that looks more like 320. So I want to say 310 by 320. So yeah, same size as the CR10. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the CR10 bed. It should. As a matter of fact, I might even have it. What did I do with that? I just saw them. What did I do with them? Here they are. 300 by 300. 310 by 320. We are going straight to Wham Bam. So you guys get bonus content! No, it's not patented. It's open source. But there are cheap knockoffs where they are not made to specification. And Creality got bitten by that. They got a batch of poorly made XT60 connectors, and they were burning up. Well, they do it because they save money. I mean, if this part costs 50 cents to make, and I sell it to you for 70 cents, I make 20 cents. But if I cheap out and I make it for 40 cents, well, now I make 30 cents each. You see what I mean? You gotta remember, to you and me, that extra 10 cents is meaningless. But to the Chinese economic labor force and the Chinese cost of living situation, that 10 cents is huge. Which is why they do crap like that. Is that clearing? Yeah, it clears. Okay. Hey, Pygar. But that's why, because, they can make money doing it. Well, it's not even minimal profit margins, is that 10 cents won't do anything here in the US, even when you're talking about hundreds of thousands of them. But 10 cents on just a few thousand in China can make a big difference. So a lot of the times what you might have is somebody, gets some extra factory time on the production line that makes the legit parts, and they do it cheaper, they don't know how to do it right. But for them, that couple $100 that they make by cheaping out 10 cents on the part would be like a month's salary. This screw is messed up. It's the wrong size. I hate when they do that. Really hate when they do that. I wish they would stop using these freaking mushroom heads and just use the castle heads. They're just so much better. I guess I should make sure it works before I go using up one of my Wham Bams. And I really wish they'd put this on the back sticking out. There's plenty of space. Well, who cares? I wish they would put this on the back here. So the cord went straight out the back instead of sticking out the side. And it doesn't get in the way because it's taking up the same space as the screen. It would just be nice to have it going out the back. You bastard. You did not have permission to fall. Do as you're told. Oh, I almost didn't plug in the Y motor. Yeah, we should check voltage. And it is correctly set to 230. So we will switch it to 115. Oh shit, it was already on. And it booted up, and the thermistors are reading. Although I got some weird characters there. Oh, it's in Chinese. There we go. Let's see. We're not going to home it yet. Okay. Yeah, right angle plug would help too. You're right. A right angle plug would work with that. Yeah, this is all 24 volt. So we will get rid of that steaming pile of annoyance. Only a quarter of your chats? I saw your, when you're dealing with minimal profit margins, every penny counts was your last post. Does YouTube shadow ban chat posts as well? Like, just not show them anywhere? Probably about as well as anything else. Not that good. I mean, your bed has to be pretty close. If it's warped, replace it. Ooh, TiVo Tornado. I do not know. I'm sorry. I mean, eventually I'll get to pulling the tornado out, but I honestly do not remember if it has thermal runaway or not. I don't think it needs a bed level sensor. Just don't think it needs it. It's just bed level sensors is just one more part to fail. That came through. Yeah, I'm gonna use one of these little Ziplocs. Well, I just like fewer points of failure. If your bed is warped, replace the bed. And you can straighten out these beds to some extent. Plus, I very rarely get a truly warped bed. And these machines are not cherry picked. They're right off the floor. They're too lazy to cherry pick machines. Your glass came warped? Wow, that's rare. But for anything CR10 size, just go to Home Depot, and it's like $9.99 for a 6-pack of mirror panels. It's dirt cheap. There's a lock nut on the bottom, so you have to grab it. I like the mag sheet of the Wham Bam better. No magnets to fall out. Normally, I would say the Neodims would be better because they're stronger, but the mag sheet that Wham Bam uses is so ridiculously strong, it doesn't matter. Cool. So there's all the bed attachment things. I'll keep them because they are handy. And is there a PC surface in here? I hope. Because, yes, there is. No. No, that's just 2 mag sheets. Oh, yes, there it is. PC surface. Good. Come on. Stop messing with me. Yes, it should fit the Neuros. I believe it's the same size. Just measure your aluminum plate. There we go. Perfect fit. I have took it to 133 degrees without it losing magnetism, and Wham Bam has tested it to 170 degrees Celsius without losing magnetism, so you're fine. But that is something that you do need to keep in mind. The Curie temperature, it's called, of the magnet is important. If you have a low Curie temperature, you'll lose magnetism at high temperature. but these are no problem. That looks good. That looks good. A little bit thinner with all the layers on it, but pretty close. Okay, that's pretty close to all the way down. Ooh, Illegal Saturn. I want a large format resin badly. Are you using voice dictation, JC? Yeah, look how strongly it snatches that right out of your hand. Very strong magnets. What do you use for PET G? Standard PC Surface. Yeah, because voice dictation doesn't like Eligoo. I would not want to put it on top of the glass because one of the advantages of switching bed surfaces is less mass. And if you just stick this on top of the glass, you lose the mass advantage because now you have the weight of the glass and the weight of the magnetic surface. So you don't really gain any advantage. Okay. There we go. No bubbles. Then you pop that off of there. Really make sure it's stuck down good. Much better. I mean, they're not exactly the cheapest. This is a Build-Tack style. I'm not a fan of PEI just because you have to keep the heat on. I mean, I love the fact that you can put PEI on there and it will be that crystal clear nature to it. But I prefer... Hey, it is reversible. Nice. There we go. And we are going to use some toner plastics. Atlantic Ocean Blue. Yes, that's because there's no diodes to stop the back feed of electricity. So the motors work as generators when they're not powered. we go. I believe we are done. Put that there. Okay. Toss all the tools in here. I don't lose them. Spare nozzle. I have hundreds of them, literally. Keep those over there. Let's see what's on the SD card. Basically, if you have a smoother in between the stepper and the board, you won't get that feedback because the smoother acts as a blocking diode. Let's see here. What is on the SD card? All right, we have models, user manual, English. Yep, there is a PDF user manual. Creality Slicer is on there. There are some troubleshooting PDFs on there. There are some models. Looks like they are not sliced. So these are the models that they include on the printer. Looks like a fitment test thing. Oh, those puzzles look kind of cute. Maybe like a model puzzle, like a marble puzzle, like a little ball bearing. There's a hooky thing for something, like a over the door coat hanger hook. It's Cura. These come with Cura. Then you have these little vase models, solid and hollow. You have this little monkey jar. Actually, looks kind of cool. I might print that later. But those are all the models it comes with. But of course, oh, I probably just took it out of my list. Yeah, it's out of my list now. Hang on. Downloads. Marvin. There's the Marvin. Oop, can't do that. I forgot. Save. Marvin keychain. Simplified 3D is not free, and it is what I prefer. It's $150. Yeah, I like the Money Cat. I miss the Money Cat. So that is sliced. Oh, wait a minute. I want to do that properly. Z-seam. There? Yes. Choose start point. We're going to make the start point 300, or no, 150 on the X and 300 on the Y. So that should put the Z-seam directly up his back. It's not. It's putting it there for some reason. It's good enough, I guess. It's still annoying because I told it to put it here. I wonder why it won't do it. Whatever. Move. Let's grab that monkey thing. Monkey. But let's make it 30%. There we go. There we go. 42-minute print. A little loose on the layer height. What if I go down to 0.12? It's going to take twice as long. No, hour and 3 minutes. And that looks better. So yeah, I'll do that. So monkey. Then we could also do a quickie vase. So vase shell or vase. I want the vase. Let's do 30% scale. Yep. Okay. Tools, variable settings. Let's do 2, 4, 6, 8. So 1.6. No, I want 9. So that's 6, 12, 18, 1.8. 1.8. Add location, split process. And then this is going to be split multiple times. So 0.6, add. 1.2, add. Split. There we go. And then what we do is we just change this to, first of all, get this back up to 0.2. The problem is if you made an Among Us style Marvin, it would just look like an Among Us. Point 2. 0.2. So 3 perimeters. 5 perimeters. And 4 perimeters. And then this is going to be an extrusion multiplier of 1.5. And no top, no bottom, 1 perimeter, single extrusion. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to be changed to 9 bottom layers. And that should give me a watertight vase. Yes. So there's our vase. We're over extruding at 1.5 for a nice thick bottom. And then, actually, I do need to change one thing. This needs to be random, or at least optimized for speed. By having an 8mm wipe, I effectively add an 8mm offset. I'll be doing 60mm per second, I believe. So here's why I do that. You see my first layer here? How it has the little gaps? That's always there. Now, a lot of those gaps go away when you do your cross layer. So, boom, gets rid of a lot of gaps, but you still have a little gap. So you see I have 3 perimeters? Well, then I switch to 5 perimeters. And then I switch back to 4 perimeters. This way, all of my gaps are being overlaid by perimeters, and that helps get you a watertight, airtight vase. And then when I do the vase, I over extrude to 0.6mm, so it's nice and strong. Okay, so that looks good to me. Save that to vase. So we got 3 sample prints for us to play with, and we should have enough time to print them all. Okay. All right, TK, you have a great night. Hey, 3DP and P. All right. Yeah, that's how I get my watertight vases. Be careful not to under extrude too much for those bottom layers, or they'll be like a screen and you'll be able to blow right through them. Okay. Prepare. Auto home. That one worked. Did I plug in the? I don't. Did I plug in the wire for that? No, I did not. I didn't plug in the end stop for Y-axis. No, you don't. I'm only extruding over extruding 50%. It won't even notice that. I could easily go to 2.5. It'll look like shit, but it'll work just fine. How did that get twisted? I'm not a fan of the side spool holder. I prefer it on top. Okay. There. Auto home. Yeah, people complain they wanted a side spool holder. I prefer just putting a piece of PTFE tube here and keeping it up top. Smaller footprint for the printer. But it does work well. So I'll give him credit for that. Oh, yeah. That's not even close. I hope that's adjustable. Jesus Christ, it's tight. Oh, tell me it's pre-drilled holes. Are you kidding me? It's pre-drilled holes. Excuse me. That is lame. And that is too low. I need it right about there. That was thicker than even the glass was gonna fit. The glass wouldn't fit on that. Well, I know how to fix you. I know how to fix you right up. Thankfully, this is ABS and not acrylic, so I can get away with doing this. Even the glass was not thick enough to compensate for that. They screwed up on the holes. This needs to be on hammer nuts so that you can adjust it. Exactly. I'm making a slot. You nailed it. Got the one side. Just watch your fingers. Don't stab yourself. There we go. Now we have a slot. Get rid of this too, even though I don't think it's in the way. Oh, I should put a washer on here. I think I have one. Oh, I thought I had one. I don't know what I do with it. There it is. Yeah, slap a washer on here. Just to make sure it doesn't pull through the slot I made. There we go. Problem solved. So to give you a close-up of what I just did, I put a slot. I cut out the center of the two holes, so it's a slot now. Now I just use one bolt, and it's fully adjustable. I put a washer on here just to make sure it doesn't pull through the plastic, since I, did a pretty sloppy job of cutting that slot. And now this is fully adjustable. Just loosen that up, and you can slide this up and down as much as you need, and get the nozzle where you need it. Now, I did not check to make sure I didn't create a collision. Nope, we have clearance here and full clearance here. We're good. Now, this is no good. This cannot be this loose. See how this is moving? That's because this is not adjusted. Oh, tell me that's not adjustable. What the hell? Why isn't that adjustable? Creality, what the hell are you doing? I don't need to adjust that one. I need to adjust this one. Because that's the one that's loose. If I adjust... Did I make a mistake? No, it's round. Creality, what the hell are you doing? The eccentric nut doesn't need to be on this. It needs to be on this. This is what needs to be tight. I can fix it by tightening this, but then I'm applying pressure on this side. And because this doesn't have an eccentric and this is loose, you're still going to have that inconsistent shifting of the y-axis when you move up and down because you don't have dual lead screws. When you don't have dual lead screws, this one needs to be the tight one. Am I missing something? No. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Here's the eccentric. Okay, never mind. Never mind. The eccentric's on the backside. There we go. Now we're good. Now I can adjust this one to get right tension. There we go. Now we're good. My bad. I didn't see the eccentric. No, it was just on the backside. See, now I don't get the lag anymore. When I go up and down. See how that side moves consistently with it? It's a little too tight. Why can't I loosen that? I need that to be looser. There it goes. See, if this wheel's too tight, well, see, normally the eccentric's on the inside here. But on this one, the eccentric was on the outside. So they, for some reason, they put it in a weird spot. Yeah, it's 340. I thought it was 350, but it's 340. So when you have a cantilevered single lead screw like this, it's important to make sure you don't have left-right lag. Because not only is that going to mess up your prints, but it's going to mess up your bed leveling. So you move this up and down. You look at the left side, look at the right side. They should be moving together. All right? So they should be moving like this. If you see it do this, I'm exaggerating this motion, but left side starts moving, and then a split second later, the right side starts moving. That's going to cause this kind of a motion, and you don't want that. So you see here, I'm not getting that. If you make this too tight, you're going to get that. So you got to make sure this is not too tight. And then you get that nice smooth up and down motion. You get consistent bed leveling, and you don't get wacky layers. Okay. Let's try that again. And how far off am I? Prepare. Disable. We are pretty close over here. And that is maximum. And that is maximum. And we are still too far down. So I need to... Why is this tilted? It doesn't look tilted. That one's pretty good. I need to bring it down just a hair. You do have to make it pretty tight when you're only using one, because otherwise this can swivel a little bit. But if you tighten it enough, that won't be a problem. There we go. That should be good. Now, a neat trick with leveling. I'll show you guys this. You get a kick out of this. You know how I say you got to go around a couple times? Because as you adjust, you have a plane, all right? And when you adjust one side of the plane, you're warping the other side of the plane. So think of it like this. If I bring this side down, what happens to the other side? The other side pivots up, all right? There's a way to get around that. The pivot point for the plane, you have a 4-point plane here. The pivot point is where the screw comes through, right there. So if you put the nozzle on the screw, that point won't change no matter what you do to the other three, because that's the point it's pivoting on, or at least it changes very little. That looks good. So you come over here. Oh, I might have to lower it, because that is maximum. Yeah, I got to raise it up. That's maximum. So why is this tilted? Oh, that's why. Because I have motion here. That's bad. Now you see, for this one, these need to be eccentric, in my opinion. Because see how I'm getting this? See how I'm getting that motion there? Where I can move that and it stays up. And I can move that and it stays down. So something's flexing. What's loose? Oh, this is loose. This arm isn't tight enough. Not good, and I cannot get to those bolts without taking this whole thing off, can I? Oh, that's annoying. So the only way to fix that is to completely disassemble that. Let's get the spool out of the way. Let's get the holder out of the way. There we go. Is there no access ports? No, there is not. So the extrusion has to come off. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to raise it up and off. But that means I got to remove this. And that's annoying. No, this is loose. I could probably print with it like that, but I'd rather fix it right. That's one of the few screws you can't get to once the printer's assembled. Well, they are pushing the limit of this design style. Those are nice and tight. So what's going on here is that, and I keep telling Creality to fix this, and they're not listening, and I'd really appreciate if they start listening. This is such an easy fix. It's very annoying. Okay. Low cost. That's the advantage. you have this plate here. So you have this backing plate here, and the arm attaches to this plate. Now, this might be hard to show on video, but okay. Let's see. So yeah, you can see the backing plate right here. Well, watch this. I can shift this axis on that backing plate. And that's what's happening. The leverage is enough that even though the screws are tight, it's shifting that backing plate. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take those screws out and get rid of the stupid washers, because those washers actually prevent you from tightening it as tight as you could. I want metal on metal. And you got to be very careful doing these because these strip so easy. Matter of fact, I even go through the extra work to use the square end instead of the round end, and I come in here because the square end is less likely to strip them. So I loosen it with the square end, and then I come in here with the round end. Because, man, like 50-50 you strip these things. They're so bad. Alright, that is loose. The first thing we're going to do is going to get rid of that stupid freaking washer. And then put it back in. It's not so much a bad design as what I would call an incomplete design, because it's extremely easy to fix. I'm going to show you guys how to fix it in a moment. Okay. This is basically the same thing on this end, but it's easier for you guys to see. So they have a bolt here and a bolt here. And those two bolts is what holds this bracket on. What they need is a third goddamn bolt. All right? So you take this piece here, this tongue, and you extend it further out. And you put a third fucking bolt on there. You put a third bolt on there, you're good. And another thing I'd like them to do is I'd like them to include hammer nuts. Because right now, you are threading a steel bolt into an aluminum frame. So there's a limit, and it's a thin aluminum frame because you only have the 6 or 7 millimeters of aluminum that's in the center there that's threaded. Okay? So you're threading a steel bolt into aluminum, and you're going to shred those aluminum threads in there if you try to over-tighten it, assuming this bolt will even let you over-tighten it. So what they need to do is include, either put an insert on the plate, and then you screw it from the other side, which I would prefer because that would give you access to the bolts from the front, like TiVo does. Or put a hammer nut in the extrusion, and you thread these bolts into the hammer nut. Because the hammer nut will be hidden inside the extrusion, so it won't get in the way, and the hammer nut will be steel. The aluminum's too weak. It's good for this because you're going through a lot of threads. When you're threading into this, you're not threading into this piece. You're threading into this piece, so you have lots of aluminum threads. So it's fine. You can crank them down. But this you can't crank down. So what they need to do is to put 2 hammer nuts right here. And you just slide the hammer nuts in there. The bolt comes through and attaches to the hammer nut. This way you're not threading the aluminum, and you can really crank it down. And the goddamn bolts need to be crown nuts, not mushroom nuts. If that means you got to space this out more, do it. But that's an easy fix. They just need to take this piece right here, extend it out to about here, and put a third bolt in there. The third bolt will solve the wiggle problem. But this is all the way back to the Ender 2. And they haven't changed that. And they really need to change that. And this one's annoying because the stepper motor's in the way. Yeah, but even a longer bolt doesn't solve the problem. You still have the same number of aluminum threads. And those aluminum threads just can't take a whole lot. It's not a bad design. It's a poorly executed design. You don't even need to weld a nut. Just stick a T-nut in there. Done. Problem solved. Now the T-nut takes all the force. Now you're using a compression force against the aluminum instead of a shearing force against the aluminum. That's the problem, is you're using the threads as a shearing force against the aluminum, and it's just not made for that. Get rid of the stupid lock washer. It wouldn't cost them anything. It would cost them the one-time cost to change this piece. Because all they got to do is change this one piece and just extend this. Or include two, even cheaper, include 2 hammer nuts. All right? Instead of threading this hole, just drill the hole. And threading costs money. So drilling the hole is cheaper than threading the hole. So you drill the hole so the screw passes straight through, and then it screws into a hammer nut on the other side. And then the other thing they need to do is to make these holes smaller so there's not as much play. And hammer nuts would allow you to, if you welded the hammer nuts in place, if you somehow secured, like just tack welded the hammer nuts in place, that would allow you to do it from the front. Which means you wouldn't have to remove the entire axis to do what I'm doing. But either way, you want 3. You need 3 points of contact. This doesn't have as much of a problem because the 2 points are far apart. But these 2 points are this far apart. So they pivot because the holes are too big. The holes they put in the bracket are too large, which means the bracket is able to shift. That feels level. And you really got to tighten these down and be careful not to strip them. But they have to be tight. So you just got to play the stripper roulette game and hope you don't over tighten it. Make sure that it wrenches all the way in there. Because, man, these mushroom heads strip so easily. I mean, this is not a huge deal, but it's just, it's been there for 5 years. It's like, come on, fix it. See? Now it doesn't move. See? When you can do this, you know you got a good setup there. It's not hard to fix, you know, it really isn't. But yes, that and use hammer nuts. It would cost them nothing. Just to toss 2 hammer nuts in the package. Sure. Am I blind? Oh, it's sitting right here. If it was a rattlesnake, I'd be dead. Nice. Those are straight. I didn't have to play with them. That's good. Oh yeah, I can't see out of one eye at all. But all that means is I don't have binocular vision. And I have a smaller field of view. There's up there in the cube, in the curly, in the tube. You know, it's not like a fatal flaw or anything. It's just an annoyingly easy solution that they're not using. Well, I can watch 3D movies, it just doesn't work. Yeah, especially the imposters. Okay. Now we should be able to level it. Thingiverse, just type in Among Us. Pops right up. That was Jerry Martin who asked where I got the Among Us models. Literally, if you go to Thingiverse, just type in Among Us and they pop right up. I'll show you. So he's typing Among Us. I want to do this one still, where they bone inside. And, you know, somebody uploaded a whole bunch of new ones. Nice. We're gonna grab that. We're gonna grab that. Maybe grab that one too. Here's the simple one. Vanilla skin. Here's another style. Here's the one with the spiky. So, pretty cool. Oh, I like that. That's easy to print. Here's a bunch of other ones here, the candy cane ones. Very cool. So there's a whole bunch of new ones updated. Okay, let's get this adjusted again. Now let's home it again. Is this solid now? Yeah, see? Doesn't move now. Now it's nice and solid. Does that still work good? Yep, that is still solid. We don't have any lag. Now we're good to go. Not a big deal. Just annoying. Especially because you got to remove that whole assembly to tighten them. That looks good. Oh, I gotta bring that way up. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. Duh. Oh. I gotta bring that up a hair. Because this one can't compress as much as the other three because the tension relief, the strain relief for the thing is there. I just look for a little visible gap and then I live adjust it later. Now the reason I'm being so fiddly with this is because I'm trying to make the bed as compressed as possible. So I got do lots of little fine-tune adjustments. If you're not trying to do that, it won't be nearly as hard. But the more I keep these springs compressed, the less jiggle and play I'll have when it vibrates. Oh, yeah, that's the second screw. That one looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Oh, wow. That is... What the hell? That's barely long enough. There we go. Now we're good. That looks good. And that looks good. Bring that down a little bit. Good. I usually I level by eyeball. I don't measure it. I don't use paper. I just eyeball it, and then when I'm printing my skirt, I live adjust it. As far as how big the gap is, I don't know. I just learned over time about what kind of a gap I need. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. Ah, post a link. Post the thing number. They are great printers. I mean, come on. You're getting a $5,000 machine for $400. No, I don't pause. I just adjust it while it's printing. There is no file. It's in your slicer. So in here, additions, skirt offset, 60 millimeters, 2 perimeters. That's all. That's all you got to do. On this printer, you can go bigger. You can go like, no, 60 is about right. 75, 60 to 75. Because you want the perimeter to be about 2/3 of the way out. As far as how to tell when you're close enough, it's actually pretty darn easy. Let me turn this to adjust that better. There we go. It's actually pretty darn easy. I use what I call the fishing line technique. You ever feel a piece of fishing line? That's what you're looking for. All right. If first of all, if the filament doesn't stick, you're too far away. All right. And if the filament comes loose when you touch it, you're too far away. If you touch it and it feels smooth and flat, you're too close. If you touch it and it doesn't move and it feels like fishing lines stuck down to the bed, perfect. The problem with solid supports is that it requires that your frame be perfectly straight. If there's any deviation in your frame, solid supports are going to be a very bad time for you. And this frame has a tendency to not be perfectly straight. And Thingiverse, I want to bring up your goodie. Oh, I see. You put the Marvin head on top of the Among Us body. Okay. All right. I can jive with that. Hell yeah, I'll download that. Don't forget to add the Marvin to your remix. You can add multiple entries to a remix. So add the 3D Hubs Marvin as one of the remixes as well. Yes, these are all painted. These are resin prints. So these are all actually transparent resin. I painted them with acrylic paints. Just, you know, just cheap acrylic paints. No, I actually like this. This is pretty cool. Let me show you. That's actually kind of cool. I like it. Nozzle is almost up to temperature. Let's feed in some plastic. There we go. You got to use your baby stepping to bring it away. This apparent. They said they're using a silent board. This is not silent. So this is not using a silent board. Oh, maybe they changed it to use a silent board. Yeah, we are too far away. See how it didn't stick here? Okay. So I just adjusted it. And that is a little too loose. Bring it closer. That's a little too loose. Bring it closer. Peel off the skirt. Let it do the second one. That one needs to be adjusted. See? Now it feels like fishing line. And doesn't pop off. It's not too smooth. Done. That's as easy as bed leveling is, guys. Yeah, basically the same as Ender 3. So I will be putting stepper dampers on here. And I don't know if this requires smoothers or not. The original Ender 3 did. So I might put smoothers on here. And the fans aren't too bad, but I'll be upgrading the fans to make it quieter. No, your file uploaded fine, dude. Look, it uploaded fine. See? There's nothing wrong with it. And there's your Marvin Among Us. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, but smoothers and dampers are about $5. Oh, I don't know. Don't worry about it then. Don't worry about it. You might have to wait till it's finished processing. Well, as long as their printers make quality prints, they're doing okay in my book. I would like to see them standardize on their quiet board though. Looks good though. Let me give you guys a closer view. Seriously, you're gonna hook it? Yeah, I know. They don't exactly need to compete. Well, you got to remember, the thing is, the vast majority of the user base doesn't add on to the printer. 99.9% of users use it exactly as it comes out of the box and they never change anything. At most, they might upgrade the feeder when the plastic feeder breaks. All right? But most people just don't upgrade. That's just not something most people do. Isn't that wonderful? Now, as far as fans, all you gotta do is buy 24-volt fans. You gotta make sure they're brushless and they're dual ball bearing. If you buy brushless and dual ball bearing, they are silent. Exactly. The upgrades are for us, the one percenters who like hacking and playing around with these machines. Most people don't. Most people are perfectly satisfied to use the machines as they are. And for those of us who want it, it's not hard or expensive to upgrade them. I wish they would put a zoom lens on these webcams. Give me a little toggle right here on top of the camera and just let me zoom in. Even just like a straight up like 2x or something like that. I wonder if the cell phone lenses will work on these webcams. I might have to try that. Exactly. Exactly. You say it's the exact same thing. Not hard. There's almost no post processing. There's very, very little you need to do to a resin print once it's done. You know, maybe sand away a couple nubs from supports, paint it. That's about it. Half the time you don't even need to sand it. Oh, you mean that post process? I thought you meant after all that. Yeah, you have to rinse it in isopropyl alcohol, and you have to cure it with UV. But that's pretty easy. I use a spray bottle, or if I'm doing a whole bunch of parts, I use my cleaning machine. The wash and cure station's amazing. I love the wash and cure station. Yeah, but that's multiple cameras. I'd rather just have one camera and I attach a lens to it. You see, my idea would be to have a adapter on top of here that slides over this, and then have a plate on the front with a lens on it. Then all I have to do is lift up, push down to give you a 2x view or a non 2x view. So I'm gonna try that. This is a 930 and that one's a 922. The curing station, it should be on Amazon. Yeah, it's on sale for 135 bucks. It's 150 and there's a $15 coupon. They're both the same. And I also have it under 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories on my Amazon page. Yeah, they're identical. They're the same machine. There might be slight cosmetic differences, but they're the same thing. No, this is a C. This one here is a C930, and this one here is a C922. There is still a little tiny bit of butt warpage, although I am printing pretty hot. Let me lower the temperature. I probably don't need to be printing at 210. Well, I want actual zoom, not digital zoom. I mean, I can do digital zoom just by doing that. But as you can see, the picture gets worse. Well, they can be smelly depending on the resin and depending on your sensitivity to the resin, and they definitely are messy. I would suggest, I'll show you what I do. Let me put that back to 1080p. So it does work nice. So I have this thing here. You can get one of these for 90 bucks on Amazon. And it has a removable stainless steel tray. Dump that there. So it's a little rolling, like a surgical tray cart. There you go. I do all my mesh work in here. So any messy resin ends up in here. Also get a silicone mat. Wham Bam sells a silicone mat you can sit your printer on, so that if you drip anything taking it in and off the printer, the mat catches it. Makes it easy to clean up. Good. I'll definitely have to get some lenses then. Especially if I could do like a little swivel. It's like swivel, so I can quickly go between different zoom levels. That'd be nice. Oh, really? You mean the spinner? The bearing for the spinner? And it's cheaper. $129. I'll add them both. Hello, Switzerland. Alrighty, I added them both. Yeah, it's $5 cheaper for the Elegoo, too. Nice. Any comments on your question as above? Hang on, I missed it. Let me go back and find your question. I do not see your question. Post it again. If you have a link in it, don't add the link. I do not see your question. Derek Warner. No, I just changed microphones. I have this now. I got it off that review thing that we shall not name, and it works great. You guys seem to really like it. Oh, I also changed the noise filter on OBS. So now I'm using a RNN noise filter for noise suppression, and that plus the better microphone seems to do the trick. I don't know. Good question. Well, the printer's pretty loud. You're not hearing a peep because of the noise suppression. Let me see if I can make that more audible to you. Nope, not picking it up. So the noise suppression is keeping you from hearing it. Do you hear it now? The printer is the standard, noisy steppers. The fans aren't too bad, actually. The fans are actually pretty quiet. That one's working. That one's working. But I'll put dampers on it, and I'll put smoothers on it. Take care of that. Also, if you're gonna look at a Creality printer, consider the Ender 5. I love the Ender 5. Although the CR6 SE is also fantastic. Cool. So you make parts for RC cars? Oh, I hope they send me a CR6 Max. I want one bad. Probably not. I've only messed with one Core XY, and that is the Sapphire. And it is absolutely a fantastic printer, but it does take a little bit of work to get it there. Just minor little tweaks and adjustments and stuff like that, just because it's a little janky putting it together. Not much, but a little bit. If you want to, you're going to pay more money for a Core XY. I don't know. I would simply advise not plugging a USB cable into it. Well, apparently this piece here, the IEC right here, is defective on some CR6 SEs. So if you have one of those, you can replace it. It's a relatively easy to replace part. Well, the Core XY has the advantage of theoretically better precision and lighter kinematics. So there's a lot less mass on the moving parts. But you get most of that advantage by using a Ender 5. Not quite as much advantage, but a lot less headache. Neither have I. It's a rare problem. Trust me, very few people have a problem with their CR6SE. It's a small batch of them. And, well, obviously when you have a Kickstarter and you sell thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them, it's going to be popular, and you're going to have a lot of squeaky wheels. Now, that's not to mean they don't legitimately have a problem, but it's not the rampant problem people think it is. It just seems like it's a rampant problem because you got a few hundred people complaining, and justifiably. I mean, their printers burned up. The switch burned up. So I understand them being upset, but it is a rare problem. It happens. As long as they take care of it and fix it and replace the parts for people who have problems, I'm okay with that. Exactly. Tuning the belt run can be an issue. So for a beginner, not a great idea to do a Core XY. The FL Sun Q5 is very good. It's size limited, but it's a fantastic. It is the only. Are you kidding me? What the hell do you call the Q5? I can't remember the Delta. I couldn't remember the name. My mind just went. The Q5 is the only Delta I would suggest for a beginner. Very well executed. It smoked the USB ports on the PC side. That shouldn't be possible. If those USB ports were built to correct spec, that wouldn't happen. Oh, we know that. We know the Ender 5 is not a Core XY. All they did was swap Y and Z, which I prefer. Now, the reason that's not more common is that you can't do this with an H-Box. You have to have a cube frame. So that triples the amount of extrusion material you need, because you need to build an actual cube in order to do an H-Box. Nice. Just remember, Creality, if you don't send me that belt printer when it's ready, I'm going to eat somebody. I will find somebody to sponsor a trip to China. Maybe there'll be a cannibalism group that'll pay for me to go to China, and I'll find one of your executives and I'll eat them. I want a belt printer so freaking bad. Well, you just eat more than one. Belt printer, let me show you. I'll just find a picture and bring it up. Here we go. Where is the printer? So this is the White Knight. As you can see, the print head sits here at a 45-degree angle. Okay? And your that's your x-axis and your z-axis. And then your y-axis is a conveyor belt. So you can print something. You can either print multiple of the same thing over and over and over again because you have an unlimited y-axis. It just keeps rolling. And you print at 45 degrees because you're moving the part on the y-axis each time you print a piece. So this little thing right here at the end, that's your print head right there. Yeah, it's basically a treadmill. And so you can either print parts over and over and over and over and over, or you can print one part literally as long as you want. You can make it 5 feet long, 20 feet long. Naomi's in the other room. So, Naomi, you can't see that. Oh, Naomi's that head you see in there. See that black head all the way in there? That's Naomi. She's 5 feet tall. Well, because the bed curls. So this, see how it's curved here? So the print pops off when you curve it, just like taking a flex plate and flexing it. So you're basically always flexing the end of the plate when it goes around this curve on the other end. And there's also a scraper plate on the other end. Yeah, it has scared me a few times. I've gotten up and I've almost punched it in the face. And there's also a little scraper plate on the end, like a snowplow plate on the end, to if it doesn't pop off, that'll pop it off. But yeah, it's very, very cool. But right now, to build one of these, you're looking at about $2,000 to build one yourself. And so if Creality could do it for a whole lot cheaper, that will expand the belt market. Well, mine has clothes on, the one I printed. She has a bikini on. Cool. Well, you also have a company called Black Belt. They have a belt printer. So that would be this company. So that's a printer called the Black Belt. Here you can see they made something really big with it. You just put like rollers on the end of it and you just keep printing as long as you want. Here we go. Here's someone's printing something big. It's very cool. Here's another big part. So it lets you do some, or you could do manufacturing style and just put a bucket on the end of it and just keep printing out a whole bunch of the same part over and over and over again, or different parts. It's very cool. Yeah, it's a modified version of Cura. One thing I would like to maybe print is crown molding using polyalchemy. I couldn't do it right away because I couldn't afford it. You're talking about $1,000 in polyalchemy, but that would be some of the most amazing crown molding ever. So yeah, it's pretty damn cool. Oh, here's somebody made a Deltesian version. So this is kind of a combo belt plus delta. Printing a big sword. So it lets you print things in one piece, which is really cool. That looks like the Creality. I wonder if that's the Creality printer. Very cool. That print quality looks fantastic. Oh, how cool is that? Oh, yeah, Creality. So that's the Creality CR30. Yeah, I would kill for one of these. I would definitely eat somebody. Here you can see an example of how it prints at a 45-degree angle. See how it prints at an angle? FlashForge 81. Here's the White Knight printing out a bunch of coins. There you go. It wasn't shortly after they went out of business. No, the first one that I think is the cupcake from MakerBot. I actually have one. I got real lucky and I scored one in Philadelphia. But this is the MakerBot cupcake. And it actually has a belt. Let me find a picture I can actually click on. Nope, that's not it. One of the cupcakes has a belt. There it is. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I thought H-Bot was Cartesian. So I have no idea what an H-Bot is then. But yes, the Ender 5 is just a standard Cartesian, just X, Y, and Z. I have it outside. I haven't done anything with it yet. Is that it? Nope. That's a regular one. Oh, I wonder why it's not coming up. What's it called? Ender 4 is H-Bot? Yeah, I've never seen the Ender 4. Oh, it was an add-on? Yeah, mine's got it. It's got the little conveyor thingy. We need to search for conveyor. I think it uses Kapton tape. There it is. I think that's the thing right there. Maybe. But I don't even know how to make it work. So eventually I want to get that running. It doesn't require more supports. It requires different supports. That's all I can say. So your support requirements will change. See you later, Colin. No problem. Thank you for joining. Yeah. Shit happens, but I think he's coming back, though. He's going to make a rebound. Oh, really? That's cool. So you could do factory line, normal printing. I have a few of his printers. We will be doing streams on them eventually, once I unpack them. I have a couple Printerbot plays, and I think I have 3 Printerbot printers. 4 maybe. I think I have the metal one and the wooden one, I think. Oh, did they? Cool. Hopefully I can convince him to send me one. I would love to have a US made printer on the channel. Looks like this is it. So Printerbot Pro limited release. Looks like an upsized play, because it's got a 300 cube build volume. Not someone, the original guy. He finished up through bankruptcy, and now he's trying to get it going again. Which, hell yeah, good for him. Absolutely. Much faster. That Blonde Bonds I asked, is MSLA faster than FDM? Significantly faster. Two-hour print. I did that in 2 hours. Oh, I gotta say, this Marvin's looking very clean. I do like the dual fans. Yeah, the cleanup is a little annoying, but you get ridiculous prints. I mean, you just get prints that are so clean, it's crazy. Hey, look at that. They took my advice. They made the hole bigger, and they put a grommet in here so it doesn't cut. So they do listen to me. That's a clean Marvin. Little butt droop there. Oh, I know why. Because that's where the Z seam was. Yeah, you don't want the Z seam on a rearward face like that. So you want to shift it to the side a little bit. I think I'm still over extruding just a tiny bit, because the Z seam is a little pronounced. But yeah, that's a clean print. I'm going to give you guys some close-ups, but let's get another print going while we're waiting. See, if you have your bed leveling correct, a lot of the times you don't even need to flex anything to get it off the bed. Just take it off. Okay. Let's get this camera down here so I can give you guys a nice close-up. That's nice and smooth. Little bit of butt droop. And there's your Z seam right there. Very, very clean. I see a disturbance right there. You guys see that? Right here. From that layer to that layer. Something happened there. Not too much crotch drop. The crotch is good. But the butt droop is a little there. You got a little butt droop right there. But that's partially because I put the Z seam here. Actually, if I bet you if I turned him sideways, that would work very well. If I turned him 90 degrees. Because this is kind of shadowed. The legs shadow the fans, so it's hard for the air to get here. Do I see that little inconsistency on the back? A little bit. Right there. See that? Oh, that might just be from the droop. Oh, I know what that is. That's when I changed the temperature. That's when I changed from 210 to 200. That's why that's there. Okay. That makes sense. Yep, it's consistent all around. That's when I changed the temperature from 200 to 200. Yeah, first layer is good. Okay. Perfect. No, I have not. Ooh. Yeah, it wasn't accidental. They probably did it on purpose. Interesting. What did it look like? But yeah, that's a clean print. I got no complaints about that print. You can watch over my print and make sure we do a good job. Yeah, scanners are expensive. And it maintained bed level between prints. So I did not have to adjust anything. But that's all about making sure this is all tight. Yeah, the scanners are expensive. It's because they're niche. You know, once they figure out a good way of scanning and then start mass producing, the price will come down. I mean, remember, 6 years ago, a printer with a build volume nowhere near this was $5,000, and now you can buy this for $300-400. So the cost drop in printers is incredible. Uh, not Moore's law is about processor speed. This is just about economics. Now, contrary to what people think, economically, products like this aren't as big a deal because it's a very niche product. But one of the reasons, doing pretty good, Gary. Thank you. One of the reasons it's difficult for manufacturers in America to make products like this is because of this. You could pay $1,100 for that, or you could pay $400 for this. And that's the problem, you know. And he's even using probably Chinese source components. But there's just a limit to how cheaply you can make this in America with our tax and cost of living infrastructure. You know, he probably can't do a $300 printer. It's probably not feasible. And that makes, well, that means those manufacturing jobs move over there. Because we can't afford to do it here. You know, the high-end market still exists here. You know, you have, what's the company in New York? G-Create. You have G-Create out of New York, but look how expensive their printers are. So you have like the G-Max 2. Now, don't get me wrong. This is a stupidly awesome printer. It's an 18 by 18 by 24 build volume. So that's 400 by 400 by 500. So this is a 445. Now, to buy a Creality 445, you're looking at $700. To get a G-Max, which is no question a much superior machine, but even still, you're looking at $4,000. I mean, it's superior, but it's not that superior. I mean, it's using the same damn screen. That's literally the same screen as right here. I mean, that's that screen. You know, it's a fantastic machine. I would give half my soul to own one. It uses linear rails everywhere. Look at that. Dual linear rails for the Y, dual linear rails for the Z, and linear rail for the X. Now, the reason they have to make this machine so fancy and so nice, look at that, dual head, dual drive extruder, beefed up parts cooling, cable chains. I mean, this is a badass machine. But they have to make it a badass machine because they have to sell it for $4,000. Because if they tried to sell it for $1,000, they'd go out of business. There's just too much overhead costs in the U.S. And so, well, you end up with $4,000 machines. Printerbot is probably doing a lot of the work himself in-house. Yeah, I would imagine he's using the high-quality MG rails. Yeah, look at this. Genuine Highwind rails. Those are expensive. That's not cheap Chinese rails there, baby. That's the good stuff. So, I mean, there's no question this is an amazing machine, but how do they compete with $300-400? They have to go with the high-end market. They have to. Oh, God, I would love to have a G-Bax. Any G-Bax. I always love to have any G-Create printer. I mean, I've met the people. They're good people. But that printer would cost 40% of my yearly income. Which means I can't get one. You know? I'm already spending 35% of my income on taxes. And then, you know, 60% of my income on cost of living, food and utility bills. So I only have 5 to 10% left. Now that's okay. I'm okay with that. Oh, the one he broke? I gotta watch that video. I bet it was hilarious. The no, because there's no justifiable reason for G-Create to send me a printer. I mean, I am not going to be able to get them $4,000 in profit by showing their printer on my channel. As much as I would love to, it's just not in their financial best interest. That's why Prusa's not going to send me a printer. That's why GMAX is not going to send me a printer. There's no financial benefit to them. It would be an angel donation. They would just be doing it to be nice. And, well, they're in business to make money. So, you know, I would never begrudge them for that. I don't know if I have a video on setting up the slicer. What I can do is show you right now how to set up the slicer. So, stay tuned. It's actually very easy. No, that one. So when I do my slicing, these are my standard settings. This is the same exact settings I use for every single printer I've ever touched. And then I tweak them as needed. Okay? So, nozzle diameter, you set it to 0.4. Extrusion width, take it off auto, put it on manual, and set it for 0.4. Extrusion multiplier, set it as a default of 0.94, and then we'll adjust it from there as we see fit. Okay? Retraction, if you're using a Bowden, like an Ender, or a Creality printer, 7 millimeters. Retraction speed, 25 millimeters per second. Don't use coast. Wipe, 8 millimeters. I don't know why it's 8.2. Okay, your wipe is 8 millimeters. Under layers, we start off with 0.2 millimeters, and we do 3, 3, 3. This is a 9 because that was the vase print I was doing, but you do 3, 3, 3. And then here, I usually either optimize start point for fastest printing, or if I want to make sure I hide the Z seam, I do choose a start point, and I pick a start point on the Cartesian coordinates. First layer, 80, 80, 30. This one's important. 30% first layer speed. That makes getting that first layer down so much easier. These I leave alone. I never, ever, ever change these. Because if you change these, you'll make G-code that's compatible with one printer but not compatible with another printer. Okay? Under additions, I usually use a 1-layer skirt. I usually do 2 or 3 outlines. If it's a large print, I use 2. If it's a small print, I use 3 or 4. And when I say large, I mean the size of the skirt. So on a small print, I'll use a large skirt. On a very large print, I'll do a 2 millimeter distance skirt. Because you got to remember, your skirt could intrude into your printing space. Infill, I just use 25% with a 25% overlap. I make my infill extrusion 100%. I use grid and rectilinear. This is your base start. You will adjust this based on what you're printing. Support off. Temperature, heat bed, 60. That's my default. Now, sometimes I'll come in here and I'll say, okay, at layer 200, go to 0. Now, because I'm printing on a PC print surface, I can turn off the heat bed. And the advantage of that is I use less electricity and the print is ready to remove when I get back. Okay? So I would set 200 0 so that when it gets near, like, you know, after this print is, or maybe, actually, I'm sorry, 20 0. So when the print gets about this tall, turns off the heat bed. You know, if you don't want to mess with that, leave it off. If you're using glass, PEI, or PEX, you leave that off. You have to keep the heat on. All right, primary extruder. I always make my first layer for PLA 220 Celsius. Then on layer 2, I lower the temperature. For this PLA, for example, it seems to prefer a slightly cooler temperature. So I would go on here. So layer 3, 200. So at layer 1, I'm at 220. At layer 2, I drop down to 210. At layer 3, I drop down to 200. You don't drop more than 10 degrees per layer, because if you go more than 10 degrees, you'll hit thermal runaway. Cooling, layer 3, 100%. G-code. The only thing you mess with in here is your flip if you need to, and your dimensions, 300, 300, 340. Scripts on a larger printer. I hope they do. I think it depends on how successful it is. 3D Spaghetti Mess asked if Creality will incorporate their strain gauge on future printers. If it proves to be successful, I think they will. I hope so. These are commands that I add. This is your standard. So that's G28 home. These are commands I add. For printers that are larger, I slow down the jerk and acceleration. So M205X3 is jerk. I bring that down to 3. M204 is acceleration. P is for printing. Not acceleration. Acceleration. And T is for traveling. So I use P300 and T500 for any of my CR10 or larger sized printers. I use X5 P500 for any Ender 3 or smaller size printers. Speeds, 50 millimeters per second. Stop trying to go fast. It's not worth it. When you adjust speed based on acceleration, you don't gain a lot. You really don't. Let me show you. I'll do a different print and show you. Underspeed outline, 80%. XY movement speed, actually I usually set that to 100. So whenever it's moving but not printing, it'll move faster because it doesn't have to worry about jerk and acceleration. Under other here, do I change anything? No. I for some reason, I've just defaulted to setting my filament to 1.73. That's just always what I've used. I never change that. I leave it alone. Under advanced, you don't mess with this unless you're doing multiple processes. Make sure you set allow single extrusion walls, allow single extrusion fill, and you want this to be 50 to 100%. That takes care of your thin wall behavior. Under ooze control, I check everything except the first one. Movement behavior, I check it and I set it for 999. This is the same as combing in Cura. You need to use a fake tack, build tack style surface. If you print on mirror, you have to leave the heat on. Now, if you're printing a large print on mirror, you can sometimes get away with turning the heat off, but it's risky, especially if there's any drafts. But you really need to keep the heat on. You need to be using a PC or fabric style print surface, ones that you can print cold. Now, keep in mind, if you have one printer, it's not going to affect your electric bill. But I was running 12, 15 printers 24/7. That will affect your electric bill a lot. And then this is also a handy setting, slicing behavior. If you have a model with slight imperfections, depending on the model, this can sometimes fix it. Not always, though, because it can also do things you don't want to do. You're better off just sending your model through NetFab. But that's it. That is how I configure every single printer. The CR10S has dual lead screws, an external control box. It has a box frame on the bottom. You can't see what I'm pointing to. It has a box frame on the bottom, dual lead screw, external control box, and it's slightly bigger. It's 300 by 300 by 400. While the Ender 3 Max is basically literally an upscaled Ender 3, although they are using a 40 by 40 here, which is really nice. That's a real nice thick extrusion right there. I like that a lot. And it's 300 by 300 by 340. I think this is a printer they're trying to take advantage of the popularity of the Ender line. And so they're making a CR10 sized Ender 3. Now this does have some upgrades. You have dual cooling fans, but that's about it. You do have optional filament runout and BL touch that you can add to this if you want. And it's also an all-in-one design instead of a separate control box. True, but you waste a lot more energy if your print fails. Well, that depends. Print the Marvin. Where do you want the start point? Well, I want the start point in the back where I'm not going to see it. Because most people don't sit here and look at the back of the Marvin. They look at the front of the Marvin. So I do not want zits on the front of the Marvin. So I put the start point on the back. That's all. As far as what exact values, this is X, this is Y. This is 300 wide, so I set this to 150, which puts me right in the middle. And then I told it for the wide to be 300. So I am telling it to make my start point right here. So that start point is going to be closest to the center back of the Marvin. The universe is energy. Even matter is energy. E equals mc squared. You can convert between the two. It's good if you have a warped bed. I would prefer to just not have a warped bed. Problem solved. If your bed's that warped, replace it. As you can see, I leveled this on the first try with almost no adjustment. Most of the time, bed leveling, I tell people 99% of the problems in 3D printing are bed leveling. And 99% of the time, it's the person doesn't know how to level. Technically, it's tramming. It's not actually leveling, it's tramming. But we have now come to accept the word as leveling, so that's what we're going to use. The other problem is you saw me fix the problem, okay? I tightened up all the bolts for the printer, so the frame is nice and stiff now. And I fixed this, which caused this to wobble, which meant my bed level was going to change every time I home the printer. Now it doesn't. So usually it's either a flaw in the machine, warped bed, inexperience of the user, not knowing how to level or tram, or the machine is not tight. You need the machine to be tight. Everything on this machine should be tight, 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 except for the belts. You don't want them to be super tight, you just want them to be snug. If you change your bed and it is no longer level, full stop, you don't use baby stepping for that. Baby stepping only changes your Z offset. So how do I describe this? Hang on. I can describe this. I just need to set up. Here we go. Pencil. Okay. So. Your bed here forms a plane. All right, so you have X and you have Y. The motion of this head, so this head moves this way. That's X. The bed moves this way. So relativity, you could think of the nozzle as moving this way. The bed's just moving instead, but think of the nozzle as moving this way. Well, the points formed by the kinematics of the printer form a virtual plane. And that's this one. So you have two planes here. And that is literally your print bed and the virtual motion plane formed by your kinematics. All right? Tramming is where you level these beds until they're on the same plane as each other. So that if you are 1 millimeter away from the bed here and move over to here, you're still 1 millimeter away. You move over here, you're still 1 millimeter away. You move over here, you're still 1 millimeter away. If the distance between the nozzle and the print bed changes, then you're not trammed, you're not leveled. And that's this. Okay, that's your planes being out of alignment. Once you get the planes in alignment, you also need to adjust the Z offset. You need to adjust the gap between the two planes so that that gap is the right amount for that first layer of plastic to come out. That's your Z offset. So tramming aligns the two planes. Z offset brings the nozzle the correct distance away from the plane. So you have to do those two actions separately. You tram the bed and you adjust your Z offset for the bed when you have ABL. Okay, so when you form your mesh, you are finding out where the distance is between your sensor and all the points on the bed, and you are creating this tramming. You are creating this alignment of these two planes. But you still have to then adjust offset. Offset is how far away is the nozzle from the bed, because the nozzle is in a different position than the sensor. This is one of the reasons why the strain gauge method that Creality is working on is so superior in so many ways. And the same thing with the piezo sensor, and that other printers like the Q5 uses a piezo sensor, because now you know where zero is. They do. I have 140 printers. I've never got a printer that was so warped that I couldn't level the bed. Never. It's actually pretty rare to get a warped bed. Glass is a different story. There's probably not as much QC on the glass. But the bed itself is not usually warped. It's usually just the user doesn't know what they're doing. Yes, there are warped beds. It happens. And that's a QC failure. And, well, that's the price you pay. You want to pay $50 more for the printer, they'll do more QC. But most people would bitch and moan if they had to pay $50 more for the printer. So you roll the QC dice. If you do get a particularly warped bed, they'll replace it for you. The problem is it's not the number one issue. Warping is not the number one issue. I would be surprised if more than 0.5% of the beds out there are actually warped. I would bet dollars that less than 0.5% of the beds out there are warped. Release 100 beds, release 200 beds, and one will be warped. It's just not that as common as people think. They think it's warped, but in reality, the frame is warped, or the gantry's not straight, or, hey, look what I just did this morning. I had to fix this arm because it was wiggling. You give this printer to an end user who doesn't know what they're doing, they're going to say their bed's warped. But it's this far over here, and it's this far over here. It's never going to dawn on them that the reason that it looks like that is because the arm's tilting. Most end users just aren't going to realize that. I've built 200 printers, so I'm going to recognize that problem. Okay, yep, I'm going to test that. Yeah, it's wiggling. Let's fix that. But a beginner is not going to notice that. And so they're going to think their bed's warped, and the reality is it's not. The bed's fine. This is just wiggling. Well, yeah. If you want to add $130 to the printer, now it's a $530 printer. You see what I mean? Or you take the 0.5% gamble and you save $130. Like I said, 145, 150 printers. I've never gotten one with a warped bed. At least not warped badly enough that I couldn't level it. Yep, you want that kind of flat? You got to pay bucks for it. But most of us don't need it. Make your first layer 0.24 millimeters and over extrude a little bit. There you go, problem solved. You're basically making your first layer a raft. But I do have an entire video. If you go to Nerisse.com. Nope, I'm on the wrong screen. First, let me switch back to that. You go to Nerisse.com. I have a link on there to all my YouTube channels, first of all. So thank you, anybody who subscribes to my other channels. But I also have a 3D printing tips page and links to my videos, the educational videos I've made for doing different things with the printers. And one of them is my bed leveling video. It's a little long in the tooth. I really need to figure out how to redo that shorter. Probably not as many people as you think would buy it. Because it would be, you know, similar price to, it would probably have to be similarly priced to printer bot. You know, and you know, how many people are gonna buy that? It's just, you know, to make it here costs a lot of money. Since he got it, leveling has been a pain. I have 8 printers, but no Ender 5. The front seems to hang lower than the rear. Yes, that can happen. You got to tighten it up. So most likely something in your bed is a little bit loose. So you got to make sure you tighten that up. But yes, you are going to have a tiny bit of droop in the front. And the trick is, don't push on the bed. Because if you push on the bed, the front's going to droop down. And exactly, well, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to tram it. So your front knobs will be a little bit looser than your back knobs. That's all. Now, if your knobs are getting too loose, move the Z end stop up, which will allow you to tighten the knobs. Also, if your printer doesn't already have these yellow springs, get these yellow springs and replace them. If you have the silver coil springs, get rid of them and put these springs on there. It makes such a big difference. It's crazy. And you can also print stiffeners for the Ender 5 as well if you want. And also, make sure you use a flex plate. The Ender 5 comes with a magnetic skin, but it's soft, which sucks. It's horrible. You want to use a steel plate. You can buy just the steel plate from Wham Bam, or you can buy one from TH3D. You can leave the magnet that's already on the Ender 5. It's not as good, but it works fine. I've left the stock magnet on all of my Ender 5s, and I have no problem with it. Because you don't want to be applying force to an Ender 5 bed, because it's a cantilevered bed. So you don't want to be applying a lot of force to it. I like that. Do it. It's basically do it. That's awesome. Longer won't help. Because if you need to use the longer length, that's a problem. Because you want the springs. Look at my springs. See how they're almost fully compressed? The less compression on the spring, the more wobbly your bed's going to be. You want those springs as compressed as possible. So if you tram the bed and your knobs are a little on the loose side, well, then you want to adjust your end stop to bring the bed closer so that you can tighten down these knobs even more. So what I do is I tighten these down all the way. I tighten all 4 of them all the way down. And yes, upgrade the extruder too. I'll show you that in a moment. I tighten the knobs all the way down, and then I adjust my end stop until it's pretty close. And then I bring it up to the nozzle. But you want these springs as tight as possible. That'll stop drift. If these springs are loose, these knobs will shimmy. If you want to see if that's happening, take a bit of white out and put a little white line on the knob. Straight here, right here, straight forward. And see if that moves by the time you're done to print. Do what I'm thinking. It also sounds like do it. Like, do it, do it, do it. But, yeah, you want these as tight as possible. Also, you want to replace this. You can get it's $10 or less on Amazon. It's dirt cheap. It's all metal. Because eventually, this arm here, this part of the arm right there, breaks. It cracks. This is the Ender 3 Max. So let me show you that. I can show you how dirt cheap it is. Hang on. Where is my lists? So if you go to my Amazon page, link in the description, you'll see all these categories. Oop, nope, go here. And one of them is 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories. You go there, and you'll see a couple different color options and set options. Like this one here gives you Capricorn tube, plus the yellow springs, plus the metal feeder, all for 18 bucks. This one here gives you, that should be metal as well, replacement fittings. I like this one with the plastic fitting. It seems to be very reliable so far. But if you want to buy just a feeder, it's $7. $6.99 prime shipped. It's so dirt cheap, it's amazing. It's literally the exact same thing you already have on your printer, just metal. Because what happens on the plastic one, this piece right here, it cracks. Just from the strain. So far, the printer's doing fantastically. I had to make some corrections because the Z end stop was not adjustable and it was in the wrong place, and the X arm was loose. So I had to remove the X arm and tighten it up. But after that, no problem. So I had to slot my end stop here so I could adjust it down. And I had to remove the entire X gantry in order to tighten up these two screws from the other side. Otherwise, no problem. Everything's working like it should. Very clean print. There's the Marvin we printed. Come on, autofocus. Very clean Marvin, no issues. But that is pretty much the only thing you need to change on the Ender 5. Slap a steel plate on it, replace the feeder with something made of metal, and you're good to go. I use a 0.2 millimeter nozzle on one of my Ender 5s, and I get phenomenal prints out of it. See you later, DP3D. Thank you for joining in. Hey, we got PayPal. Colin, $25. And Nikola Dmitriev, $10. Thank you so much. What was canceled? Oh, the Pepsi. I love that 1893 Pepsi so much, but you can't get it anymore. Thank you, that Bulgarian. I appreciate that a lot. PayPal link is in the description. Let me bring that up. Come on, go away. Jeez, I got a lot of windows open. So if you go in the description, all the ways you can help me out are there in the description. And where is my PayPal? There it is. No, the Ender 3 Max is larger. So the Ender 3 Max has a 300 by 300 by 340 print volume. So it's basically a really big Ender 3. Nice. Oh, this Pepsi is not yucky. Let me show you. I am addicted to this stuff. It makes every other soda taste like crap. Except Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper always rocks. This stuff is stupidly expensive. But it's so goddamn delicious.
Oh, they have 2 other flavors. I've never seen those. So this is the Pepsi 1893. I have the original cola nut and the ginger cola. It's like $1 a freaking can. It's so expensive. But this stuff, for me, it's a treat. I buy a case every 6 months, and so I get like a can every other week, just because it's so expensive. But it's so delicious. I didn't know they had black currant and citrus. Oh man, I doubt it. But this is good soda. I've only tried these two, the original and the ginger, and they are so freaking good. I'm not a Pepsi fan, but if Pepsi switched back to this, it'd be a hit. It's just so good. Oh man. But Amazon's been out of stock for like the last year. I've got one case I'm hoarding in my cabinet down there. I haven't touched it. But what are you gonna do? You can't buy it in stores. At least I've never seen it in stores. I wish I could get it in 2-liter bottles. Um, okay. Hey, Jinx, thank you very much for the $5, man. I appreciate that. I was just searching on Amazon and I stumbled upon it and I was like, oh, that looks interesting. Um, if you need a 300 cube build volume, then you can't do the Ender 5. But if you don't need a 300 build volume, I'd go with the Ender 5. Yeah, TH3D also sells. Thank you, Brandon. Yeah, for those who want to support me, if you use the PayPal link, I get a significantly larger chunk of what you send because YouTube takes 30%. That's the Ender 5 Plus. If they did it right, now you see, Mini is where Core XY becomes beneficial because you can make Core XYs really small because you can make them taller. Yipper, I keep my victims happy. I'm fascinated by how Core XY works, and the 2 Core XY machines I have do work very well once you get them set up right. Awesome. Yeah, I'm starting to work on creating tutorial videos to add to my list. The Ender 2 is pretty tiny. The Ender 2 is a very small printer. It's one of the reasons I like it. I could put 30 of them on this table. Oh, look at this! They are so adorable. Consider the FL Sun Q5, Christopher. Fantastic machine, very well designed, and the only Delta I would suggest for a beginner. I love my kitten so much. It would absolutely wreck me if something happened to my kittens. Oh, that's weird. The bottom of this print looks a little rough. I wonder why. Although you can get it for 50 if you build it yourself. Not have to vacuum as much. Although I brush them a lot, which keeps the hair down. I got these gloves that have nubs on them, and I use that to brush them, and that takes a lot of that hair off. You know, I'm not sure if I would ever spend my own money on a bed like that, but I gotta say, the cat really loves it. I mean, he so absolutely loves that bed. And you can't argue with that. I wonder why this print is coming out rough. Maybe I over extruded too much. The next evolution is going to be the belt printers. And we're also going to see, I think we're also going to see the resin printers start making some headway now that we have the monochrome screens that don't have to be replaced every 300 or 400 hours. And the cost is coming down. So I think the resin and the belt printer are going to be very interesting. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we're still a couple years off before we start seeing more of the high temp stuff. We're going to have to wait for that patent to expire on actively heated build chambers. Once that patent, they somehow, I don't know what kind of legal trickery they pulled, but they somehow got an extension on their patent, which they shouldn't have been able to, but they did. So until that patent expires, you're not going to see much push in that area. You can't do a belt conversion for a low-cost machine because the belt is where all the cost is, and it fundamentally changes the design of the machine. Large format is already economical. What they need to do is somebody needs to figure out how to, see, the Chinese aren't good at innovating. The Chinese are good at iterating. They're very, very good at iterating, but they're not very good at innovating. There's just not a lot of money in it for them to innovate. See, innovation is not a big thing in China because there's no money. What's the point of innovating if 500 other companies are going to copy it the day you put it out? Why do you think Creality didn't want to release their firmware? Because they thought that would protect them from the copycats. It wouldn't, but they thought it would. That's why they didn't want to release the firmware. You tilt the entire Z, that's pretty easy to do, but you also need a completely different hot end and you need a different nozzle. And now, add in the complexity of that Z-axis. You'd be surprised how much money is there. You would take a $200 Ender 3 and make it into a $1,000 printer, and you'd still have a crappy Ender 3. Relative to what the belt printer is going to be. The also what's that company's name? 3D Printing Professor has one. That is it's a combination printer and inkjet printer. $1,000. Probably $999. DaVinci, that's right. XYZ DaVinci. They have a full color printer. It prints a layer and then it uses an inkjet cartridge and colors the layer. Print color, print color, print color. That's pretty neat. Expensive, but pretty neat. So once that patent expires on heated chambers, then I think we're going to see some stuff there. But the Chinese don't really innovate. And it's not because they can't innovate. It's an economic issue for them. Yes, I've used Sharpies to color prints, but you have to be careful. The Sharpie ink will bleed along the layer lines. The problem is that the cost of entry in China is so low. It is so easy to copy what somebody else has done and bring it to market for almost no upfront cost relative to the US, that the Chinese have lost any incentive to innovate because there's no profit in it. You're just going to get copied right away if you actually innovate something useful. So they don't tend to innovate. But what they do very well is iterate to make it better and better and better. You know, to make those small iterative improvements to improve a product. That they do very well. So you're going to see somebody else do the innovation, and then if the Chinese market thinks there's profit in it, they'll jump into that new innovation, and then they become very good at iterating. Yes, the Ender 5 Plus is, what is that? 350 by 350 or 300 by 300 by 350 or something like that. Oh, really? Cool. Isn't SN8 going to test the super heavy? Or no, wait a minute. Or is SN8 the one that's going to try to go to higher altitude? It was either SN7 or SN8 that's going to go higher up. Not quite orbital, but like 40,000 feet, 50,000 feet, something like that. To test the belly flop and flaperons. Yes. Make Anything is a great channel. If you're not subscribed to Make Anything, go subscribe to him. Freaking wonderful guy. He does such cool stuff. He doesn't release videos often, not nearly as often as people like me do. Because people like me, we have quantity. He does quality. He makes some really kick-butt stuff. Hey, 3D print creator. I'm doing pretty good. I keep my victims happy. We're surviving. So where's my shadow coming from? Over here, but I have light right there. Maybe it's not a shadow. He's a bit creepy. I'll have to watch it. Sometimes YouTube doesn't show me his videos even though I tell it to. Yeah, it looks like you can't buy Pepsi 1893 anywhere. That really sucks. $350, $350, $400. Okay. I thought it was a little bigger than a 3.3. Hey, we got another PayPal. Troy, 30 bucks on PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you. See, when it's on PayPal, I get almost the whole thing. When it's on YouTube, they take 30%. I was never a fan of RC Cola. I used to be able to get RC Cola in Pennsylvania. There's a grocery store around the corner. It doesn't exist anymore, but there was a grocery store around the corner had RC Cola, and I didn't like it too much. I didn't like Tab either. We used to get Tab, and I wasn't a fan of Tab. Yeah, if you want to pay $8 to $16 a can, no thank you. Yeah, Tab was not good. How is a can unopened but empty? Oh, I love Pepsi Crystal. Crystal Pepsi? I love that shit. But the re-release they just did last year did not taste the same as the original Crystal. Yeah, these are one can. So this is $27 for one can. I don't think so. I'm not that desperate. Ortor Obsidian. I just got an Ortor printer in. It's right here behind me. We're going to be doing that probably in 2 weeks. I wonder if that's what they sent me. Looks like an Ender 3. But direct drive with ABL. So that might be what they sent me. I'm not sure, but I do have a box from Ordor. Yes, I've already done the Ender 3 V2. You go watch my video on that. I have videos up for the Ender 3 V2. I guess I'll find out when I open it. The box did seem a little squishy. I wonder if I'm just too hot. Yeah, it does look pretty nice. Although it's using that ribbon, which I'm not a super big fan of. The ribbon cable, but it doesn't look bad. It looks very clean. So, is that a direct drive or is that a Bowden? I can't quite tell. The head looks huge, so I'm thinking it's direct drive. Printers any given week besides the review unit? 3 or 4. I can't really safely run more than about 6. So the printers I keep in operation, I keep an Ender 2 in operation. I don't use these every week, of course. I keep my... I'm probably going to take the WeDo out of service so I can put another printer back there. And I keep the my Chiron active. I keep an Ender 5 active. I have the Ender 5 Plus back there, but I haven't used it in a while. And I have my 2 Sapphires I keep back there. I also have the Lotmax SC10. Pretty nice printer. I'm probably going to take that one out of service too, so I can put a different one in service. So I'm probably going to replace the Lotmax with the Ender 3 Max. And I'm probably going to take one of the Sapphires out and the Creality CP01 out so I can have the 2 CR6 SEs running. I really like them, so I want to keep them running. Although I'm going to keep the second CR6 SE on the metal table just in case something catches fire. I'm also going to keep my JG Maker Artist D in service because I love the IDEX. I try to turn them off if I can. So any printer I put Wham Bam on, I turn off the heat bed partway into the print. Now, some of the printers I haven't put Wham Bam on them, so I have to keep the heat bed on. Like the Chiron still has the Anycubic print surface on there. It just works so well. I don't want to mess with it. But yeah, IDEX belt printer would be pretty neat. That would actually be really neat. Damn. Damn it, that'd be pretty neat. I'm thinking about trying to make a poor man's IDEX. Basically, it would be a 150 by 300 millimeter build volume, and it would simply, instead of having two independent heads, it would simply have two heads all wired into one system. The only problem is, what if the thermistors are different? Like, how would you monitor two thermistors? I don't know how to do that. But basically just have two fixed heads. And they would just move together with one belt. You would lose half your print volume, but you would gain the ability to print duplication all day long. You couldn't do mirroring, but you could do duplication. MPCNC as a printer? That's interesting. 5 heads. Okay, so they did 5 duplications. Well, no, not dual extruder, because the heads would have to be apart. They'd have to be 150 millimeters apart. Non-planar printing, to be practical, is either going to require a 5th axis, meaning the ability to tilt the head, or it's going to, somebody needs to figure out how to make a long, skinny nozzle and hot end. Like that new Pico hot end would be pretty awesome for non-planar printing. What is that? Print head Kickstarter? Anybody know what I'm talking about? That real skinny. Oh yeah, dual extrusion uses 2. So basically I set up a dual extrusion but spread the heads apart more. Okay. Yeah, that would work. Anybody know what that's called? The that Pico hot ender? I think it's called Pico. Yep, there it is. This is what you want for non-planar 3D printing. You want a super skinny head like that. And if they can slim that down a little bit even more, like put a little bevel on that right there, this is the kind of head you're going to want for non-planar 3D printing. Because this would give you up to that angle. Looks like it was successfully funded. And they're going to do a 500 degrees Celsius head. Oh, man, I would love to have one of those. It was only $100. I could have done that. I'm going to have to see about getting one of these. Because I really would like to dabble with high temperature plastics. This was last updated February 17th, 2020. Oh, wow, that was back in 2014. So that should be readily available now then. So are they gone? Oh no, here it is. It's a new one. Are these 2 different companies? What happened to the original one? Because now they have this. Look how tiny that is. Holy crap. Good afternoon, Dennis. Boy, that thing really is tiny. Huh. $119. Kickstarter price, 119. And it's machined and assembled in the US. Why are you sticking your tongue in his ear? Weirdo. Yeah, he's looking at me like, "Urgh." Around the same price. Slice makes some good stuff, though. Cool. Rowan Buckner is mentioning that 3D printing channel Rick's 3D has built his own IDEX printer and has free plans available. That's probably what I'll do when I build my high temp machine. That's probably the first custom machine I'll build or modify at least. I want to. If I can't do it now, I got no money, but I eventually want to build a high temperature machine. We're not talking about pure innovations, John. We're talking about in the consumer market. I didn't say they're not good at innovations. I never said that. I said they don't. And the reason they don't is because it's not profitable. You know, until you become large like Creality, innovating is hard because you'll make an innovation, you'll spend a year doing it, and then 20 other 3D printer companies will copy it the day after you release it. Rocket parts. It's not that they're not good at innovating. It's that consumer level Chinese companies don't tend to innovate because there's no profit to be gained from doing it. Thank you, Burning Gems. Exactly. They don't have incentive. There's a low incentive for these companies to innovate. I don't know. I have no idea when. Probably when they're done testing it. I mean, Chinese are human beings just like anybody else. They have just as much capacity for innovation as anybody else. There's no difference. They just don't have the incentive to. At the consumer level, at the consumer market level, they don't have much incentive. Just because it's so easy to copy. Look at the Ender 3, and now look at the 15 different copies of the Ender 3 that came out like a month after the Ender 3 was released. You know, G-Tech made the A10, Lotmax made the SC10. You know, look at all the different companies that made basically carbon copies of the Ender 3. That's why they don't have much incentive to innovate, because they would just be copied. Now, once you have large companies that can make very high quality products and defend their products, oh yeah, sure. Then you're going to have some innovation. I mean, look at the cell phone companies coming out of China. Look at that new electric car company, NIO, N-I-O. Yeah, that's some nice innovation coming out there. But you're talking about a very different market from consumer 3D printing at $300. No. We demand their products be open source because they are open source. They're using open source firmware. The rules require them to release the firmware. If Creality wants to write its own firmware that has nothing to do with Marlin whatsoever, that's not just a copy of Marlin, they don't have to make it open source. There's no reason they need to. Yeah, I saw that Hummer EV. I wonder what is that? It's probably stupid expensive. Did I just see that right? $112,000? Oh my God, I did. But it has 1,000 horsepower, and it does 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, and it'll only cost 2.5 times what I paid for this house. Oh my God, that's crazy. 350 plus mile range. Not bad. Including underbody cameras. Awesome. It has an adjustable lift system. Holy crap. I kind of like that phrase, watts to freedom. It's got Super Cruise. It's got the infinity roof. Wow. 4-wheel steering. Up to 10-degree 4-wheel steering. That's pretty hot. Oh, my. This underbody camera is awesome. I wouldn't be surprised if it has a bidet in it. Yes, this is Wham Bam PC on a Wham Bam Flex surface. Look at this. That is awesome. That underbody camera is freaking awesome. When you're going crawling, that's amazing. I gotta say, what it has in it kind of justifies the... Oh, God, look at that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it kind of justifies the price. I mean, they're put everything plus the kitchen sink in there. Bose 14 speaker audio, 1,000 horsepower, 11,500 foot-pounds of torque. You can lower it 2 inches or raise it 6 inches with the push of a button. Hello, Ian. 0 to 60 in 3 freaking seconds. Built-in Super Cruise, built-in infinity roof. Look at that interior. Jesus. The thing is gorgeous. Wow, it can use 800 volt, 350 kilowatt charging, which will give you 100 miles for 10 minutes of charging. Jesus. You can get it as low as $80,000. Yeah, but what you want is the Hummer Edition 1, because that's going to have all the goodies. Wow. That's incredible. I mean, that really is beautiful. It's amazing what money can do. Absolutely amazing what money can do. There's the underbody camera. I would love to have a Cybertruck. But I gotta say, for off-roading, a Hummer's gonna spank the Cybertruck. I mean, it's just got... Although, Tesla could easily add all of these features into the Cybertruck. Now they're quibbling over the bed. Because they both refuse to get out of the bed. And so they end up in these little wrestling matches. These cats love this thing so much. Have you ever gone four-wheeling? If you've ever gone four-wheeling, you know why you need an underbody camera. You know, many times when you go four-wheeling, you'll have a spotter on the outside. He's looking underneath your truck because your truck has... I'll show you. A lot of the times when you're four-wheeling, you have to watch out for center clearance. Why can't... There it goes. So you have your tires, and you have your axles. Okay? But you also have that pumpkin in the middle. And you have to make sure that when you're going over rocks, that the rock isn't going to hit your pumpkin. That's why the Jeeps have offset pumpkins. The pumpkins are off to the side to give you a larger area free of the pumpkin to allow you to not hit anything under the car. This is not for your driving around the house. This is for real driving. And for something as tall as the Hummer, I could even see the underbody camera being handy to make sure there's no pets or toys or kids underneath the car. No, but when you're doing rock crawling, which this thing is made for, then you're going to want the underbody camera. Wouldn't you rather just not hit it? I mean, the skid plate will stop something like this. It ain't going to stop something like that. You'll just hit the skid plate. But the underbody camera will allow you to do one person four-wheeling of that kind, because you'll be able to see the rocks and adjust your driving. Now that I see that, if I'm never going to build one ever again, just because I don't have the money. But if I ever build another Jeep Cherokee four-wheeler, I'll absolutely put underbody cameras on it. That's a great idea. I can't believe nobody thought of it anytime sooner. Yeah, they're going to be trailer queens. Oh no, trailer queens are actually four-wheelers. But yeah, they're going to be parking lot crawlers. It's going to be, hey, check this out. But there's a few rich people who are going to do some hardcore four-wheeling, and those are some genuinely usable features for that. if you've got $120,000 to spend on a car. Literally more money than I will make in the next 7 years. I would have to put aside 100% of what I make for the next 7 years to be able to buy one of those. Wow, I guess there's demand. But the reason I want a Cybertruck is 4-wheel drive. It's a pickup truck, which means I no longer need a car and I no longer need a pickup truck. So the Cybertruck will replace both. It's got over, I want the 500-mile range option because now I no longer need the minivan. I can use the Cybertruck and go anywhere. I could drive back to Pennsylvania and I'd only have to charge up 3 times. And then it also has the solar deck cover for the bed. So for my daily driving here in New Mexico, I would never even have to plug the truck in because the solar deck gives you 15 miles of charge per day. And I would get that here in New Mexico. Yeah, I would never have to plug it in except when I traveled. But I don't got $80,000. So I'm not getting a Cybertruck. I can dream. I gotta say, though, that's what a civilian Hummer should be. I love the design of the Cybertruck. Are you kidding me? Hello? The Last Starfighter. It looks like Centauri's car. Look at this. Remember the Last Starfighter and Centauri's car? It looks just like Centauri's car. I love the Last Starfighter. Yeah, the Cybertruck reminds me of an updated truck version of Centauri's car. Hell yes, I want the Cybertruck. Is it really? It's a copy of the footprint from the moon? Oh, that's crazy. But oh my God, look at this thing. Look at that. That thing's gorgeous. Oh my. That really is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. So far, not bad. It's pretty good. The print is coming out cleaner now that I lowered the temperature. I think I was just printing too hot for this plastic. Because down here it looks a bit icky. And I think I was just printing too hot. But now that I lowered it to 200, it's coming out clean. Jerry Rig has a review. He actually got to try one. But you know something? Even if I had, you know, $120,000 to buy a Hummer EV, I don't think I could. Almost the CR10 build volume. You lose 60 millimeters on the Z. So 300 by 300 by 340. The Yeah, I saw that on the speaker grills. The I just lost my train of thought again. This doesn't have a silent board. Maybe the production model will, but this one does not. It says it on the website as a silent board, but it very clearly does not. This one here is full volume. You just can't hear it because of my noise compression. Although I have to say I am looking at getting a Chevy Bolt. I just met a guy who has a Bolt, and he said he got it for $17,000. The Chevy Bolt has a 225-mile range battery pack. So that makes it very interesting to me. There are no dead animals. So, new search. Chevrolet Bolt EV. Used. Actually, I'd prefer certified pre-owned. Oh, wow. They really are affordable. I mean, look at that's a high mileage one. I don't want that. Wow. Not the Volt, the Bolt. Look at this. 2017, certified pre-owned, 17,000 miles. 22,000 miles, 17 grand. Jesus. If I increase my income by 50%, I could afford that. And that has a range where I can go anywhere. It's got an over 200-mile range. Correct. I don't like the Volt. I don't want a hybrid. I want pure electric. Oh, no. This is used, not certified pre-owned. See, I can't buy... No, this has no gas engine. This is pure electric. The Volt has the gas engine. The Bolt is pure electric. I like the red one, too. That red's nice. The space gray is pretty nice, too. Oh, it's so... Oh, they have an orange. They got an orange. That's high miles, though. I just hate black and gray. You know, black and silver. I hate it. I can't stand it. The blue's nice, too. I just don't want the gas drivetrain. I don't want the maintenance and problems that come along with the gas drivetrain. Oh, man, that's awesome. But that's still just, I can't afford that. When I was delivering pizza and driving 50,000 miles a year, I could afford it because it was cheaper than the gas. But now, I charge my car once every 2 weeks. The best ABL upgrade for any 3D printer is a Mark I eyeball. Just learn how to manually bed level. Otherwise, probably TH3D's ABL system is probably the most reliable. Yes, but I do. For me, in most cases, I would use the gas engine because everything's 30 miles away. Because there's no money in it. Especially out here, where the delivery range is freaking huge, and I probably couldn't use my electric car. Just look in the mirror. You probably have two of them. I only got one, but you probably have two. Plus, one of the whole points of living out here is that, oh, sorry, is that I can survive on just what I make on the YouTube channel. That's kind of the point. I don't have to go suck anybody's dick for $4 an hour. Real world miles, flat level ground, about 100. Where the driving I do, about 75, 80. Because I'm usually towing a trailer, and I'm going into Albuquerque, which means I'm coming back up the mountain. And that's a 1,800-foot climb. So I get 70 to 80 miles. Local driving around here, 90, 100. About 100. Brand new, I was getting almost 120. I was getting about 115, 118 miles brand new when I got it. Now I'm down to about 95, 100, really pushing it. Reliably, 85, 90 miles. Unless I go to Albuquerque, then it's more like 75, 80 miles. And it could be as low as 60 if I'm towing a heavy load with the trailer. But I can consistently get, reliably, 80 miles to a charge. Not yet, I don't. Well, you have an electric car, Lightspeed, or you talking about your gas car? Because if I drive the minivan, I can get 500 miles. And in the Geo Metro I used to have, which I don't have anymore, I gave them to my mechanic. I couldn't bring 7 cars out here. With my Geo Metro, I can go almost 700 miles on a 10-gallon tank of gas. Yeah. Because I could squeeze about 11.2 gallons in that tank, and I was averaging 65 miles per gallon. Yeah, the car sucks for creature comforts, but man, you just can't argue with that range. I don't care. 65 miles per gallon. And a $10 Walmart toolkit will allow you to repair almost anything in the car. I love my Geo Metro. Yep. I had a 1994 XFI. So that was the one with the 2-ring cylinders with the higher lower gear or higher gear ratio transmission. My motorcycle had a bigger engine than my Metro. I thought it was funny. My motorcycle had an 1100cc engine, while my car had a 995cc engine. And I put larger tires on it, which made it even more pitiful, but increased my fuel economy. I miss my Metro. You know, if I get rid of this weight, I'll probably get another Metro. Try to find one with air conditioning. Even if it's a 4-cylinder. You know, it won't be as good as fuel economy, but that's okay. So it'll only get 50 instead of 60. Yeah, if you want fuel economy, there's just... I even had a hitch on my Geo Metro. I towed a trailer behind my Geo Metro. I have a Geo Tracker. I'm waiting for my mechanic to fix it so I can ship it out here. You have much more headroom, much more leg room. The car is actually smaller, and Hang on, I'm trying to find a picture of my geo tracker. And oh, here it is. There it is. Parked right in front of my porno shop. There's my tracker. There it is. There's my baby. I got aluminum wheels for it. But that thing has four-wheel drive, manual steering, manual transmission with air conditioning. Oh, hell yeah. My Geo Tracker, I love it's my baby. I won't give it up. And it's got plenty of headroom. The only tight space in the car is your left arm. There's not much space between your arm and the window. And, well, because I'm huge. But besides that, it's actually more comfortable. And even with the air conditioning on, I still get 40 miles to the gallon. And I got the tin top, so no fucking convertible top to dick with. Screw that. Convertible tops on these things suck. So, yeah, I love my baby. That's my baby. See any more pictures? Oh, yeah, here's the damage the guy did when the guy hit me and spun me around on the highway. So, he caved in the side of the car. Forums. So, there's the damage the guy did. If you want to see that accident, took me 7 months to get that taken care of because the insurance company kept trying to dick with me. It's one of my highest viewed videos. I don't know why, but it's got 54,000 views. Now watch, you'll see the guy whack me from the left. And there he goes off the side of the road. You can actually see that right there is his headlights crossing the road in front of my car as he lost control of his car and smashed into the side of me. I had just bought the car a month earlier, paid $5,000 for it. And I was towing a trailer. So if you do a search for Geo Tracker accident, this video will pop up and you can watch that. Yeah, screw that guy, man. He let his unlicensed girlfriend, she had a suspended license, drive the car, and she fell asleep. I kind of wish she had not woken up, because she'd have just rear-ended me, destroyed my trailer, and my tracker would be okay. Instead, she was doing about 85 miles an hour in a 55. She woke up a split second before hitting me, swerved to miss me, but because it's a 2-lane road with a tight guardrail, she had to swerve back in order to stay in the lane without crashing into the guardrail. When she did that, she lost control. So what happened is, I was driving like this, and she was on my right. So this is inverted to you. This is backwards to you. So she came up behind me, swerved out of the way, missed me, lost control, hit me on the side here, and spun me around 180 degrees on the highway. And then told their insurance company that I caused the accident. That I lost control of my car and caused them to hit me. That they were in control of their lane. It took me 5.5 months to even get the insurance company to talk to me. They wouldn't even talk to me. They took my statement and then ignored me after then. It took me 5.5 months to get them to talk to me. I actually never succeeded. I failed. I had to call my insurance company, who then used their internal phone numbers to get a hold of the adjuster and then three-way me into the conversation before I could finally get one of them to talk to me and then say, would you like to see a fucking video of the accident? And the guy says, you have video? And I was like, that's what I just said. He's like, how do you have video? I was like, I have a dash cam. He's like, why are you driving around in your car with a dash cam? I actually heard my insurance agent smack her phone against the table and facepalm herself because this guy was so clueless. I was like, did you ever watch the show Cops? He's like, yeah. I was like, you notice how they have a camera that has a dashboard view? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, do you think there's another cop holding a camera on his shoulder? Or do you think there's a camera built into the dash? He's like, oh, okay. He's like, can we get a copy of the video? I was like, I've been trying to give you a copy of this video for 5.5 months. But you fucking assholes ignored me for 5.5 months. They just hoped I'd go away. They destroyed my $5,000 brand new car I just bought. It was mint. I bought it from a guy who was the first owner, one owner car. He bought it from the dealership in 1989. The thing was cherry. Me neither. I would not buy a car with a built-in dash cam. Or at least I would be hesitant. Because I want control. Because if you start building the camera into the car, the government's going to start mandating the camera. Well, they kind of have to. There's a lot of fraud and road rage that goes on in Russia. So here's the cool thing about the magnetic flex plate. You just pop the plate off, and you just give it a little twist, and your part comes right off just like that. Yeah, once you use a flex plate, you will never go back. You will never, ever go back. The convenience factor is just so incredibly high. Want to try a new print surface? Buy a new steel plate, put your new print surface on it. Boom, instant print bed swap. And because you're not going, like this on your print bed, you don't mess up your bed level. So, yeah, that does look good. Yeah, once I lowered the temperature, I stopped with the icky on the bottom here. Airtight. So that worked. Nice. You can. I don't suggest it. There's 2 reasons I don't suggest it. One, you can see these beds have a natural inclination to bend one way versus the other. So if you have this bed upside down, it's going to have a natural inclination to want to pop off the magnet because it has a natural bend to it. The second problem is magnets work better when you have direct contact. Did you ever put stuff in between a magnet and a surface? You notice it's easier to get the magnet off? That's because when you pull the magnet away from the surface, it doesn't adhere as well. So having direct steel contact with the magnetic skin is a much, much stronger bond. So, yes, the CR10S Pro, that's what this is. This is 320 by 310, which is the same as a CR10, CR10S, etc. I think CR10S. They're all CR10 Pro. They're all 320 by 310, and that's the one you want. You want the 320 by 310 for the Ender 3 Max. So they help me, you know, they first of all, the police don't come out. Yes, sometimes there's coupons. I'll ask and see if I can get another coupon code for you guys. And if I get a coupon code, I'll add it to the description of the video if I get a coupon code. So I will contact him tonight and see if he has a coupon code for me. But usually it's 10 or 15%. So they helped me change the tire on the trailer because it destroyed one of the trailer tires. Thank God I had a spare. They're arguing, bickering back and forth with each other because, you know, she caused the accident. She was driving. And he says, you know, you were the one driving. I'm not taking the fall for this. And I was like, great. So the police refused to come out because in Pennsylvania, it's considered a non-emergency unless someone is injured or needs a tow. So if nobody needs a tow and if nobody needs an ambulance, it's considered a non-emergency. And the police will not come out. Well, they will, but they said it could take 3 to 4 hours. And I was like, what do I do? And I was like, well, just go home. Don't peel the old one off. If you have a printer that already has the magnetic surface, just use that magnetic surface. It's not as strong, but it's fine. I don't know. I will try to find out. So the officer says, well, you know, in Pennsylvania, you're not required to have a police report because that's the law in PA. So you're fine with your insurance company. You just call your insurance company and you file a claim with them. I was like, okay. Now, there's a neat little trick I use. Okay. First of all, when you get into an accident, assuming you're not hurt, the very first thing you do, you turn on your phone, you hit camera, and you hit record. Don't worry about aiming it. Just turn on the phone and hit record. Just hold the phone in your hand. You're basically using it as an audio recorder. Now, if you can gesture with your hand and every now and then, you know, point the phone at the person so that there are pictures on it, 80 for 2 is not bad. $40 a piece. That's not bad. But every now and then, you know, like if this is the person, you just like, you know, hey, are you okay? You know, you put your hands up like this, but in reality, I'm pointing the camera at the person. They don't know it. I'm just holding my phone. Do I need to call the police? Do you know hospital? Everybody okay? And then say, here's the magic words, assuming everybody's okay. If somebody's hurt, you deal with that first. But if everybody's okay, here's the magic words as quickly as you can. Are you okay? Do you need help? What happened? What happened? Because our brains kind of get a little unked when we get into a car accident. It's kind of like a computer crashing and it's got to reboot. And so we run on it's like running on stock firmware until your custom mods boot up. Well, lying is a custom mod. Okay? So maybe 75% of people, if you catch them fast enough and you ask them what happened, they're just going to tell you. Because their brain hasn't finished rebooting yet. So they're just going to say what happened. Unless they caused it. If they did something on purpose, then they're going to be ready. But your average generic person, they're just going to say, oh, I don't know. I looked up, you were there, and I swerved, and I hit you. Well, you got the truth out of them. Because their brain hasn't finished rebooting yet. So they haven't realized, 75% of the time, they don't realize they need to lie yet. So you get the truth out of them right away. So I got that. But also, they admitted to it. So the police said that they weren't coming. So this is what I do. I took my phone out. And I was like, they said, okay, we just got to exchange information. So I hit record on the phone. And I was like, my name is Chris Taylor. My phone number is blah, blah, blah. My address is blah, blah, blah. I was in a car accident. You know, they fell asleep. They tried to miss me. They hit me. And the police said, we can just go home because it's a non-emergency. Nobody's hurt. And then I pointed at the next person, and I just basically just told him what to do. And he does it. So he gives me his name and phone number and contact information, and he tells me what happened. I do the same to her, and she tells me what happened. So now I have not only video of the accident, but I have video of them saying what happened at the accident scene. Now, I wasn't going to give the insurance company that second video because that second video is really fucking damning. All right. You know, he admits to letting his suspended licensed girlfriend drive the car and cause the accident. Like, openly admits to it. He's 24 years old. This is his second major accident on his dad's insurance. Now you know why they lied to the insurance company. Daddy didn't want to pay for that second accident because that was going to cost a lot. So they want to try to fix the car on their own first. I was like, okay, that I have to be careful with. I call my insurance company and they say, yes, you can do that. You do not have to file a claim. As long as you report the accident in a timely manner, you are protected. You can let them try to fix the car. If you don't get satisfaction, you can then amend the report to a claim. As long as you report it in a timely manner, you don't have to file a claim. So we did that. I got a quote of about $4,500 to fix the car. Basically, they have to find a donor car, cut that section of the car out, and weld it into my car because it's a unibody. They got a quote of a similar price from their mechanic friend, about $5,000 to fix the car. They said, okay, we can't afford that. Let's go through the insurance. I call the insurance. I file my claim. Their insurance company calls me. They take my statement. They send a person out. They take a few pictures of the car, and that's the last I ever hear from them. You know, I wait about a month. I call them up. Oh, they're not in right now. We'll get back to you. And I leave a message through the messaging service. And then, you know, the 2 weeks go by and they haven't talked to me. 3 weeks go by, they haven't talked to me. I call them again. We'll call you back. Leave a message, whatever. Messaging service. It's either I'm leaving a message or it's an after-hours messaging service. They will not answer the phone to me. I never thought about trying to call from a different number, but it's always either an after-hours messaging service that takes a message or it's an answering voicemail. They will not answer the phone to me and they will not call me back. And finally, after 5.5 months, at this point, I'm calling them weekly. I call my insurance company, and I'm like, what do I do? They won't answer the phone to me, and they won't talk to me. I say they won't talk to me. And she's like, well, you have liability only. We can't help you. I was like, no. I'm not asking you to pay for anything. I'm asking you for your help to talk to them. I was like, their adjuster won't answer the phone to me. He won't return my calls. They're ignoring me for 5.5 months. And she's like, what? She's like, that's crazy. So I guess insurance companies have internal phone numbers where they can contact each other directly without going through the regular phone numbers. So she uses her kind of like a bat phone. You know, the red phone that goes right to the Kremlin. Well, similar thing with insurance companies. They can contact each other directly, which bypasses all of that crap. Network internet providers have it as well. So, you know, one internet provider can talk to another without having to wait on hold. And so she got a hold of my adjuster and then three-wayed me in. And then my adjuster said, oh, we've decided that you were at fault and we're not paying out the claim. I'm like, what does that mean? And he's like, well, our client says that they were in control of their lane, that you lost control of your car, and that caused them to hit you. First of all, that is so bonkers stupid based on the impact. It's like, that can't happen. Like, literally. You can't spin out a car towing a trailer unless the trailer's unstable or you're not towing a trailer, unless they hit you. All right? So how would they get to my A pillar? How would they get all the way up to my A pillar? B pillar, I'm sorry, B pillar. Right behind the A pillar. And, is there no chat here? Okay. Does this look good? Yes, everything looks good. And it's I might as well start another print too. You're not gonna be able to see it go, but I'm gonna get it going. And I was just dumbfounded, and they were like, "Hello," and I was like, they must be a special kind of stupid, or they don't know what I mean when I said I had a dash cam. And the insurance adjuster said, "What do you mean you have a dash cam?" I was like, "I have video of the accident." He's like, "You have video of the accident?" And I was like, "Yes, that's what a dash cam does. It records video in the car." And he's like, "What are you driving around with a video camera?" And that's when I heard my insurance agent facepalm, and I heard the phone hit the table. She couldn't believe this guy was this stupid. And that's when I said, "Do you ever watch Cops?" And he says, "I have the video." And he's like, "Okay, can you send us the video?" And that's when I yelled out, "You fucking idiot. I've been trying to give you this video for 5.5 months. He's like, "Well, you don't have to get nasty." I was like, "Fuck you. I was like, you've ignored me for 5.5 months. You won't return my calls. You won't answer the phone because you decided that some literally stupid, lame-ass story from your client could possibly be real. I was like, it's not even like it was plausible. I was like, the story is so full of shit. I was like, exactly which lane were they in control of? The lane when she was asleep behind me? The left lane she swerved into to try to miss me? My lane as she crashed into me and drove through me? Or was she in control of the shoulder in the grass when she drove off the road after driving through me? I was like, which of those lanes was she in control of? At this point, I was pissed off to no end. So I decided to get petty and get nasty because I get very vindictive when people fuck with me. All right, if an accident happens, great. It happens. Shit happens. But when you fuck with me, I'm going to get nasty and I'm going to get petty. So at this point, I said, oh, by the way, I also recorded video statements when the state police told us as a non-emergency they're not going to come out to the accident. And I was like, your client admitted to allowing his unlicensed, suspended licensed girlfriend drive the car, and she admitted to falling asleep behind the wheel and waking up just before smashing into me. I was like, would you like that video too? I can just imagine that kid in his father's face when the insurance company gives him all that and says what you're going to be paying now. Actually, I don't even think that's what happened. I don't think the father intended to screw me over. The way insurance accidents works, until the claim is finalized, it doesn't show up on your insurance record. So I think the father said, oh, we're claiming no fault, in order to give him time to find new insurance so he could sign up with a new insurance company. Because I think he realized that after a second major accident with his underage son, you know, under 25 is a big red light to insurance companies, that after the second major accident with his 24-year-old son, that his insurance was going to go through the fucking roof. And so I think he wanted to switch insurance companies before the rate increase came into effect, so he'd get at least 1 year before the rate increase came into effect. That's partially why most insurance companies only do 6 months now, so they can fuck you over sooner. Well, see, I'm just not like that. And plus, I want to go home. I don't want to sit there and bullshit over something like that. And plus, I have no medical insurance. Remember, if my insurance doesn't cover it and car insurance won't, because that's $5,000, that's basically enough for the ambulance ride, they'll take my house. Okay, so I didn't want nothing to do with the hospital unless I needed it. But and I don't think the father thought that was going to work. I think it was just a delaying tactic. The father was hoping to delay the final claim until he could change insurance companies. And I think what happened is Geico, fuck you, Geico, I hope you rot in hell. Yeah, it's 2 for you. I think Geico realized, shit, he's not our client anymore. He changed insurance, and we're going to be stuck holding the bill for this accident, and we can't raise his rates to compensate for it. So let's run with he's not guilty. And I think Geico just ran with it and hoped I would go away. And then it took me 2.5 months to get them to pay because they kept arguing with me over the value of the car. They said that we are declaring the car a total loss, which, considering the damage and cost of repairs, made sense. You know, $5,000 car, $5,000 worth of damage, that's a total loss. It says, we'll give you $2,800. I was like, you just said the car was a total loss. He's like, yes. I was like, so that means you pay me fair market value for the car. That's about $5,200. He's like, no. Fair market value for your car is $2,800. No, it's not. I was like, you're going to have to give me your sources. And he was huffing and puffing. I was like, the law says you have to provide me 3 fair market quotes. I called up 2 of the 3. The third one I never got a hold of. But they all had the same price. Okay? All 3 of them said, they never told us what kind of car you had. They just said geo-tracker. Well, there's a really big difference between a 2-wheel drive ragtop and a 4-wheel drive manual transmission air conditioning tin top with 57,000 original miles on it. One owner. There's a very big difference between those two cars. Both of those clients, when I told them what car I had, the one guy said $5,000 and the other guy said $5,500, which is right in the ballpark. So they sent me those quotes and I sent them to the company and they said, nope, we're rejecting it. We don't care. And I was like, well, then I'll see you in court. I was like, I've already fixed the car. I've got 4 other cars. You have no leverage over me. I will take as long as it takes. You owe me fair market value for the car. I was like, if you want to give me $2,800 for the repairs, you're not writing off the car. Because there's a reason insurance companies like to write off cars. When the insurance company writes off the car, your car is now a zero value car. Unless you go to a mechanic and have that car restored to factory condition and then have the state of Pennsylvania inspect the car, and we're not talking about a regular car inspection. We're talking about a very involved car inspection. And unless they certify the car as restored, then your value returns to the car. So if you get into an accident and they write the car off and you choose to keep the car and you get into another accident tomorrow, that insurance company doesn't have to pay you anything for the car because you were already paid full value for the car. That's why they like writing cars off as total loss. Because then they don't have to pay for it ever again. It removes your car from the insurable pool. And but then I started researching the law. Yeah, you get to salvage title, exactly. And so I started researching the law. I found out a lot of very interesting. See, they owed me for the car, my bike rack, my trailer, and my 2 phones. I was up doing a photo shoot that day, and I have customized phones. I used to put custom rooted firmware on my phones, specialized software that I hacked. You know, I could remove what I wanted to from the image, and I would put a custom firmware on there to skin the phone down to nothing, so I can use them as time-lapse cameras. It was the HTC Evos with the 10,000 milliamp battery packs on the back. And, well, I had the 2 phones sitting up in the little holder on the top of the dash. And when we got into the accident, those phones became airborne, you know, inertia. I never put phones up on my dash ever again. Because the phones, both of them are broken. Both of them hit the car's door panel. Now, if you know what a geo-tracker is, it's metal on the inside with little bits of vinyl. But it hit the metal part of the door, and the phones actually put dents in the door. They hit the door so hard, they put dents in the door. And I got to thinking, what if that was my head? So I don't put phones up on the dash anymore. So now I paid like $100 each for those phones, but then you have the, you know, $80 battery pack on the back of the phone and the work that I did. Well, I found out I am allowed to recover fair market value for my labor to make those customized phones. Now, it has to be fair market value. You can't just say these phones are $1,000 a piece. You can't just say that. You have to use industry standard labor rates and times. So I contacted multiple companies and found out what the standard rate per hour was and what number of hours they would charge for to do that kind of work. And I am allowed to add that value to that phone as long as I can back it up with industry standard rates and values. Most people don't know this. They paid me $800 a piece for those phones. My trailer was aluminum. It was an all aluminum trailer because it took me a long time to find that trailer because I needed something ultra lightweight. I can only tow about 500 or 600 pounds behind a Geo Metro or a Geo Tracker. You really can't tow a whole lot of weight. Yeah, oh, when you fuck with me? Yes, I am. You really can't tow a whole lot of weight behind a Geo Metro or Geo Tracker, about 500 pounds. And what people don't realize is that weight includes the trailer. So if your trailer weighs 300 pounds, you can only tow 300 pounds. 300-pound trailer, 300-pound cargo, 600-pound total. My trailer was 100 pounds. So I could tow a full 450, 500 pounds safely. It was all aluminum. I got so lucky. I think I paid like $80 for this trailer. No title. I got a title for it. You know, I put all the work in. And, well, that was a couple of years later. The accident happened. And the price of metals was through the goddamn roof. This is where you had people actually, you know, cutting parts off of cars to scrap because metal prices were so high. So I sat down with my mechanic and I said, Chris, you're going to help me build a trailer on paper. He's like, oh, sure, I'll make it whatever you want. I was like, nope, it has to be legal. It's fraud if we just make up whatever number we want. We have to use actual metal prices. You have to use rated book time to create a custom trailer. And you have to use rated book rates for a mechanic to build me that trailer, because you can't buy these trailers anymore. It has to be custom made. And so I got a custom legal, insurance legal receipt for the replacement cost for that trailer. $2,200. My bike, I went on Craigslist and found a similar condition mountain bike, $700. The rack for my car, I had a nice what's that that company, the Thule. I had a nice Thule bike rack, $140. And you should have seen the guy's face when he looked at me. Oh, and a $35 $35 receipt for the tire. He's like, we're not replacing the tire. I was like, you didn't come get the trailer. You told me to bring the trailer to you. I had to replace the tire to do that. That's your problem. And he saw these receipts, and I was like, I looked up the rules. These are all 3-party vetted. I went to 3 different sources to get industry standard rates and prices for the cost to replace all of this. I was like, this is ironclad. You're not getting around this. They gave me $5,800. Fuck you, Geico. You want to fuck with me? I will. What do they call it? Malicious compliance. I followed the rules to a T. All you had to do is not fuck with me. I would have taken $500 for the trailer and $2,800 for the car and no salvage title. And I would have been fine. But you had to fuck with me. So now you're paying exactly what the law says you have to pay. Although they fucked me over. The little motherfucker got me for a couple $100 because he didn't add sales tax to the total, and he's supposed to add sales tax to the total. Because they owe me back the sales tax when I go and buy that stuff. Oh, that pissed me off. That pissed me off so bad. I hate being fucked with. It's just, yeah. I would never tell anybody to go with Geico. Fuck Geico. Farmers insurance, on the other hand, or mechanics insurance. Those guys are great. My brother got into an accident going to Wawa. The guy ran a red light and hit him. And the farmers didn't even argue with us. They looked up the values of the car. They got a range of $2,200 to $2,900 for the car. They gave us the highest number and said, here you go, wrote us a check. And they didn't even try to quibble with the price. They paid us the highest price for the, I'm sorry, $5,900. The car was $5,200 to $5,900. They gave us the $5,900. They didn't even argue and just gave it to him. I'm printing that little monkey thing, little monkey cup. And yeah, F insurance companies, man, screw them. Just play fair, you know what I mean? You know, follow the damn rules instead of screwing people over. What are you gonna do? I had to do 7.5 months of work to get that done. So yeah, I don't get in a car without a dash cam. I actually have a portable kit. It's a keychain camera that I have that can work as a dash cam. You can change the firmware on it. So I have a little suction cup mount, a little USB charger, and the keychain camera. And it's a little kit I keep in a box about that big. And if I'm traveling, I bring that with me. So if I drive somebody else's car, click, click, dash cam's on the windshield. If I get a rental car, click, click, dash cam's on the windshield. I won't even drive a car without a dash cam anymore. Worth every penny. It only cost me about $100 for the whole kit, including the camera and everything. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad you have to go through that kind of crap because these companies want to be and people want to be so dishonest. It's amazing how people will just lie. They'll ruin your life and then lie and say it's your fault. And of course, insurance companies love going 50-50 because it splits the cost. So if you go 50-50, then they only have to pay for half the accident instead of the whole accident. Makes me just, oh man. Well, initial impressions. Print quality is fantastic, as I expected it to be. I do need to figure out what this little roughness on the bottom here was. I think I was just printing too hot. Because when I lowered the temperature, the roughness went away, and the print looks fantastic. So I think for this particular PLA, I was printing too hot. Matter of fact, let me lower the temperature on this one as well. Because I have these all coded for 210, and I'm going to do 200. The Marvin looks fantastic. Slight bit of butt droop in the back, but that might be because I was printing too hot. Because I noticed the warping was only a tiny bit, and it went away when I lowered the temperature. So I'm going to reprint that and see if the butt droop is still there. It does not have a silent board, although the shipping units may have a silent board. Because it says on the website it has a silent board. So this beta unit just might not have come with a silent board. I will try to confirm that. It comes with a new spool holder. The machining is excellent. Everything is machined correctly, including channels for the gantry. It just fits right in place, and the bolts went right in without me having to dick with it. All of the primary bolts, the black bolts that hold all the extrusions together, were a little loose. You're going to want to tighten them up. If your X-arm moves, you're going to have to remove the X-arm gantry and tighten up these two bolts right here. What else? It has the dual fans. It has the grommet I suggested they add. Because what was happening, if you look right here, it happened on the CRX. That was the first printer to use this. And what was happening is that is your heater wire right there, that red wire. And what was happening is as this printer moved back and forth, the heater wire was rubbing on the metal. And it was actually cutting through the insulation of the heater wire. I ended up having to put some heat shrink tubing on it, or wrap it, and to protect it. But they have now installed a plastic grommet in here, so that it will no longer damage your wires, and it's also round exactly as I suggested they do. So they actually took my advice directly, which I really appreciate, because it probably didn't cost them much, and it's going to save their users a lot of headaches in the long run. The other problem, the Z-end stop was bad. Even with the glass plate, you weren't going to be able to level this without raising the bread all the way up. That was, as a matter of fact, I don't even think you could. I don't think there was enough extension in the springs to get it high enough. It was that far away. Yeah, they tried to claim that it was different. Yeah, that was bullshit. Did they ever win? Did they go to court and win? Did Lloyd's of London lose? But, so now you can fix that by simply cutting a slot into the two holes and using one bolt with a washer to hold the end stop in. You can adjust it. I'm going to suggest that they change back to using the hammer nuts and make this adjustable. Or put slots for the two holes. Because you basically need to move 1/2 a slot. This needs to be adjustable. Beyond that, no problems. It has the plate already for the filament runout. So you should be able to add... thought somebody was outside. Who's this? Hello?
You're calling about your vehicle's manufacturer's warranty. We sent you several notices in the mail that you have yet to extend your warranty past the factory cutoff. And this is a courtesy call to renew your warranty before we close the file. If you're interested in renewing your auto warranty now, please press 5 now, or press 9 to be...
Yes, hi, dealer services. Please verify the year, make, and the model of your vehicle.
Fuck off, you Punjabi piece of shit. I like waiting until they come on the phone so I can yell at them. Oh, she was about to say fuck you back to me. The owner of my Papa John's was Indian. I came into the store one day and I asked him, I was like, how do I insult an Indian person really, really badly in your language? And he's like, what? and he's like, I got somebody in India who's trying to scam me, and I want to say something really insulting toward them. He got a crack out of that. But, yeah, I fucking hate those calls. All right, guys, it is 4:30. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go get my review crap from the post office. I got a big load of crap to pick up today. And, oh, something nice I found. Where is it at? Oh, I already threw it away. I found a solar set of bistro lights, and I hooked them up with the magnets along the length of my bus on the inside. So my bus is lit up every night by solar power. It's awesome. I'm also going to start doing that review channel soon. So in the next couple days, probably this weekend, there'll be a link added to Nerisse.com for my new review channel. If you guys want to subscribe to that once it appears, I'd appreciate it. It's going to be where I just post all this crap I get from Amazon. So the more I can monetize it, the better. You guys have a wonderful day. I will do my best to have another video posted this weekend, because that does help when I have 2 videos posted a week. And next week, I think we're probably going to do the ore tour. I have that right here. Right there. The ore tour printer. It might be the Obsidian. I'm not sure, but that's probably what we're going to do next week. Or maybe we'll update this printer and go from there. But I will see you guys live next Wednesday. Let me see if there's anybody I have to shout out. Let me see. Yes, I do. I have another pal. Here we go. SMBI Soft, $10. You freaking rock. Thank you very much. Thank you to those who donated on Super Chat. If you don't mind in the future, use PayPal, because then I get 97% of it. While with YouTube, I only get 70% of it. They keep 30%. So if you give me $10 on PayPal, I get $9.70. If you give me $10 on YouTube, I get $7. So thank you so much. Without you guys, this would not be possible. Thanks to the you guys doing the Ibotta and the Fetch links. I've got like 4.5, 5 months worth of cat food. So thank you so much for that. I used 100% of that money to get cat food. I will see you guys next Wednesday.